Good morning, traders. What is going on? Happy Money Monday, baby. That's what I'm talking about. I'm fired up. I don't know about you guys, but I am ready to go. I am ready to attack this market. I am ready to identify this opportunity and start our week on a strong and profitable note, team. My goodness, I'm fired up. I'm still tired, but I am fired up. I know Casey's fired up. I know Rob and Corey and Skylar and everybody in chat's fired up. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, happy Money Monday. Woo! That's what I'm talking about. Let's get rocking and rolling, team. Let's get fired up and let's have an awesome freaking day. Good morning. You guys are getting the audio right now, right? Or are you guys getting the audio? Just making sure. I know you guys were talking about the live stream this morning inside the chat. Right on. Okay, cool. Nice. Everybody, what's up? K-Glow, Owen, Trader Girl, Beth, T. Sanders, Casey, Skylar, Angel. What's good? And once again, good morning, guys. It is September 13th, Money Monday. And we're going to crush it like we always do. We're going to have some fun, dropping some value bombs. Guys, get ready. Today is going to be an awesome day. Today is going to be a very, very productive day. So make sure you guys are here this afternoon for a lesson. Make sure you guys are here this afternoon, this evening for Power Hour, as we're going to be jumping back on the mic, doing a couple hours of Power Hour commentary. And again, we're just going to crush it today, guys. We're going to take advantage of any and all opportunity that presents itself. So get ready, team. Today's going to be an awesome day. Get fired up. Get pumped up. Hit me with a good morning. And let's get rocking. And let's get rolling, traders. So what's up on YouTube? Cornelius, Ralph, Steve, Ruben, Sean, Santo, Adam. What's up, Jim? Good morning, traders, and happy Monday. Oh, there's Casey. That's what I'm talking about. Good morning. Yeah, baby. Sam, KC, Trader Girl, Beth, Angel, TikTok Mom. Hey, what's up, TikTok Mom? True 99, CD Hunter, Dawson, T. Sanders, K Glow. My goodness. What's up, traders? You guys got me fired up right now. Yeah, Trader Girl, Beth, Celsius. Load up. I only got a sip left, guys. I need one more. You think I have a lot of energy right now? Wait until I go drink my pre-workout. Just wait. Woo! Trader King, what's up? I'm officially tired now. That 5 minutes of yelling, that 5 minutes of motivation, of hype, of energy, I'm tired now, guys. Bear, hold on. Let me get a 20-minute power nap in real quick, all right? Just wake me up when the bell rings. Trader Girl, Beth, Chris, you guys got this. Go ahead and break everything down for everybody. All right, I'm joking. Let's get to it, guys. Let's I need to quit screwing around. He's like, Chris is like, sure, I need to stop screwing around. Let's go ahead and dive into it, guys. We don't really have a lot to talk about today. I mean, there are quite a few stocks that have news. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different stocks with news, but stocks like DM, stocks like SLGG, stocks like GSMG, MTNB. A lot of these stocks aren't really doing anything here in pre-market, like MTNB, right? This stock this morning announced positive data in their phase 2 trial, right? So again, it had a pretty good press release. It popped from 85 cents to, 119, came all the way back down and just set sideways. So again, a lot of these stocks that have news, probably 80% of them are very similar to like MTNB, to where they got a quick little pop and they're just sitting sideways. There's not an abundance of volume in the market. There's not substantial volume. There's not substantial activity. So it's actually pretty easy today, right? Last Thursday or Friday, there were like 20 stocks on the watch list because there were so many different things moving, right? It's like, okay, which one has the best opportunity? We have to eliminate some of these stocks when the market opens. And it was, we had like 15 different stocks. It was pretty noisy as far as our watch list, Thursday and Friday. Today's actually pretty easy. There's not a lot of noise, right? I mean, there is noise, but we can identify that noise really, really quick, like MTNB, like GSMG, like ITRM, right? There's a lot of these stocks that, we already know right off the bat, looking at the, the charts. What's the point of looking at these stocks, right? Where's the opportunity? Can we identify good opportunity? Is there good volume, right? I mean, it's pretty easy today to clean up, these 20 to 30 stocks that are moving and identifying 6 stocks that have the best potential. So with that being said, if we start with number 1 on the leaderboard, that's ITMR. ITMR is acquisition news. It's not worth your time. So really the number 1 stock that's actually moving on up, right? I mean, ITMR is actually moving on up, but whenever I look at those stocks that are gapping up substantially and it's acquisition news, it's not even worth my time, guys, right? I don't really classify that as a stock that's really gapping up that we should look at and it has opportunity. So in reality, it's LPTX, right? LPTX is gapping up 34%, right? Trading 13 million shares against the 500,000 shares that it normally trades. So it does have high relative volume. There's definitely some attention and there's definitely some activity with LPTX, all right? It's a medium float stock. It's 46.2 million in float, but we have great volume and we do have a nice little 30% gap up. So why is LPTX even gapping up this morning? 33% here in pre-market, trading 15 million shares. Well, this morning at 8 o'clock, the company announced it will present new data. I just completely lost my train of thought. Not my train of thought, my cursor. Okay, here we go. We got it back. Leap Therapeutics, LPTX shares are trading higher after the company announced it will present new data from the distinguished study of DKN-01 plus big word I don't know at the MSO 2021 Congress. So it's not really like substantial news. Like, let's be honest, on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate that press release on LPTX? On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you honestly rate that press release, right? Shares are trading higher after the company announced that it will present new data. They're going to present new data, right? That's LPTX. That's why LPTX is number 2 on the leaderboard. They're going to present new data, guys. A 7? Okay, a 7. I was actually going to go a little bit less. I was going to come in light. I was coming at a 4. I was going to come in at a 4 or 5. But hey, it's 50-50, right? It's really just it's an okay press release, but it's not like a super hot press release, right? It's not a crappy one. It's not a hot press release. It's a lukewarm press release, right? So again, we have some other stocks that actually have some really good news, like MTNB had some really good news, right? AZRX had some pretty decent news, right? But then we have LPTX that honestly is not as good as some of these other stocks, but LPTX seems to have some of the most attention right now. So the only thing that we really have to take away from this is it has a reason to be moving. There's a catalyst, right? There's a reason for LPTX to be up 34% here in pre-market. There's a reason for there to be 13 million shares traded, right? There's a reason that there's this much activity behind LPTX. So with that being said, it meets the criteria to be added to our watch list. But right now, just looking at the chart, it's really not doing all that much, right? It's really not doing all that much. It was slowly grinding up this morning, right? And I think they had a press release that initially dropped at 6. They reissued that press release at 8 o'clock. And, right at 8 o'clock, it started fading and falling. but it was just really slow and steady this morning. Really slow and steady, hitting highs at 238. And since then, hasn't even tried to reverse yet. Just been slow and steady to the downside. So just looking at the chart, right, and the technicals on LPTX, there's nothing that really stands out that looks like just great. That looks amazing, like, my goodness, team, let's go. Let's go and get long. No, I mean, there's not a lot of opportunity right now. Nothing that looks really, really good with LPTX. So the only thing that we could really do at this point in time is obviously add it to our watch list, identify the technicals, and get prepared if it does set up that we can attack and we can make some good profits, guys. So again, it's trading good volume. It's up 30%. It's a medium float stock, so be mindful that it's a 46 million in float stock. And we have okay news, right? There is a reason for this stock to be moving on up. And the first thing I notice is pretty close to this 200 SMA. We also have those prior highs right around 187, right? So not only was that the most recent level of resistance on the daily chart, we also have our 200 SMA right there. That is resistance. Right now that we're above 190, not only is that prior level of resistance going to hold up as new support, but we also have the 200 SMA looking to hold this stock up as support as well. So right now, the best support on LPTX, if we want to see the stock moving up higher, back over 2, back up to those highs in the 230s, we need to see LPTX stay above 187. All right, 187 is that prior daily high and pretty darn close to the 200 SMA. And we came down beautifully and just bounced right around that 187, and we're slowly starting to bounce on back up. But right now, is there a reason to jump in this? I don't think so, right? I don't think so. I don't think there's a reason to jump in right now because we could open and just crash and dump and fall, and there may never really be that A-plus opportunity with LPTX. So right now, I'm sitting back. I don't see anything that I want to trade here in pre-market. I'm going to, again, wait to see what stocks get the best of the best attention there at the open. But I definitely think we should keep LPTX on watch. It meets the criteria to be added to our watch list. We are right at a key level of support. Again, that prior daily high, the 200 SMA. We know we have room at least back up to retest those pre-market highs of 238. So we can see that there could definitely be some opportunity with LPTX. But I still think we need to sit back at the open and wait to see if this stock is actually going to hold on up, or to wait and see if it's actually going to crack that level of support and continue to move lower for today. Okay? So LPTX will definitely have that one on watch. EFTR. EFTR was a stock that was moving last week. One of those really random stocks, right? Just out of nowhere from 10 bucks to 40 bucks. And on Friday, it really did nothing. And right now, what's going on with EFTR? Right here at 754. When did the stock start really moving on up with some volume? Actually just about 15 minutes ago, but at 754, there is an article that says Cantor Fitzgerald starts EFTR at overweight with a $50 price target. Okay, so Cantor Fitzgerald starts their target, the rating, at an overweight and a $50 price target here on EFTR. So not only was this stock still probably on traders' watch list, it was still on mine from last week, right? My prior week movers, my prior day mover watch list, it was on that watch list, right? And again, it wasn't really doing anything. And again, I was already going to resort back to EFTR at some point in the morning to see if it did get some activity and some attention, because there was really nothing else moving in the market, guys. There's really not a lot of other A-plus awesome opportunities. So looking at some of last week's movers, maybe we see some of those stocks start to get some hype and start to get some attention today. So EFTR, it was already on watch. It was something that was moving all of last week. And then this morning at 7:54, Cantor Fitzgerald starts EFTR at overweight and with a $50 price target. So we should watch EFTR not only because it was a great ripper and runner last week. We could definitely see some additional momentum and some upside potential this week. Now we do have an article that helps support this movement to the upside. So we'll definitely be watching EFTR today. We already know that we could get as high as $40.42, basically retesting last Wednesday's spiking high of $40.42. All right. Before that, you're going to have some resistance at Thursday's spiking high right around 73. And if we look at Friday's spiking high, we're already above that level, which is $32. So now we could say that $32 could hold up as some decent support on EFTR. Back down towards around Friday's highs. Now, if we crack that level, we'd be looking back down towards around $30 would be a decent level of support here on EFTR, right around 30 bucks. Right now we have room to 36.73, which was Thursday's spiking high. Next target, we have room to Wednesday's spiking high, right around $40.42. And then anything over those highs, guys, the sky is the limit. This is the highest this stock has ever been, right? So we could see 45 and then $50 next there on EFTR. So keep EFTR on watch. It was moving great last week. Again, this stock went from around 10 bucks to $40 within 2 days, right? And now they do have an article that really does help support the reasonings for this stock to currently be up 38%. No, I'm sorry, 28% here in pre-market. So again, it's up 28%. It's trading 1 million shares. On average, it trades 6, but the volume just started moving in about 20 to 25 minutes ago. So we'll definitely surpass that average trading volume today, right? We'll probably surpass that right at the open. And it's a lower float stock. We know this stock could absolutely rip to the upside. Again, last Wednesday, guys, this stock opened up around $10 and squeezed all the way to 40. So we know that this stock could absolutely take on off and rip and run to the upside. So we'll definitely be watching EFTR above $32, which is Friday's spiking high. And then if we lose that level, we do have some good support down towards around 30, with a first target right now of 36.73, which is Thursday's spiking high. Next target would be 40.42. Wednesday's spiking high. And then anything over that 40.42 level, we could see it up towards around 45. And then we could see it up towards around 50 bucks there on EFTR, guys. So we are watching EFTR. Moving on, what do we got next? BLU team, BLU. All right, so BLU dropped a press release this morning that they announced positive analysis from their phase 2 trial. That's a press release, guys. I like those, right? That's a 7, in my opinion. I like seeing press releases like that. They're announcing positive phase 2 data from their trial. I like it. BLU, again, went from around 392, guys, and hit those highs of 565 here in pre-market, right? So BLU at one point was up substantially. Right now, BLU is only up 22%, but we're trading really good volume, guys. We're trading 6.1 million shares. On average, you trade less than 500,000. It is another medium float stock, right? 66 million in float. It definitely would take a little bit to really get this going. It's not going to move like a stock that has a float under 5 million, right? It's definitely not going to rip $1 or $2 at a time, maybe 20, 30, 40 cents. There's definitely some great opportunity with BLU. But again, looking at the chart here in pre-market, there's really not a lot to go off of, right? There's nothing that just looks very, very appealing at this point in time that's screaming, trade me right now, right here, jump in, right? It's a game of patience. So again, we're identifying the stocks that have the best of the best opportunity for the day. We're breaking down why we're watching them in the first place. Not just telling you guys what I'm watching, but educating you guys on why I'm watching those, and really just teaching patience, right? Because I have 0 trades. I have no intentions on trading anything when the market opens because there's not a lot of great opportunity, but we need to take this time to do our due diligence to get prepared so we know what's moving, why it's moving, what the technicals are. If this happens, then I can do this. If that happens, then I can make this decision, and just being prepared. But from now until we identify that opportunity, we have to be patient. We have to be patient. We have to be disciplined. We have to be able to sit back on our hands and understand that I may not trade today. If there's not a great setup, I may not trade, right? But again, we still need to get prepared and do this preparation just in case we do see something set on up and we do have a great opportunity. So on BLU, let's go ahead and dive through those technicals real quick, right? We know it has a good press release, right? We know the float. We know it's trading great volume. Yes, looking at the 5-minute chart, there is nothing to go off of right now. There is no great opportunity, but we need to still get prepared just in case BLU does start moving to the upside. We have already done our due diligence, so we can build a trade plan, we can make a quick decision, and we can attack that opportunity if one's provided to us. So right now, right there on the daily chart, we have a decent amount of resistance right there around $5.43. So again, right at these pre-market highs, we do have some pretty good resistance. And then support, we had some light support right there around $4.96. Right now, we're actually dipping below that. Your next level of support is going to be down towards around $4.64. So we do have some okay support right around $4.64 on BLU. And ideally, what I would like to see this stock do is hold one of those levels of support, right? $4.64, or it could even come down towards around $4.42. Watch for this stock to come down bottom level and start to reverse back to the upside. At least we know that we have room to $5 natural resistance, right? We know we have room to $5.50. Let's just call it $5.43, $5.50. So we know that we have some decent upside potential. Now we just have to be patient and wait for the stock to continue to pull back, bounce, level off, start to reverse. Then we could look for some entries for that next leg up into that $5 resistance, into that that $5.43 resistance, right? Now, if it ever breaks over $5.43, $5.65 pre-market highs, how high could BLU go? Well, look at that massive gap. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to fill the gap today, but I'm saying look at that massive gap over on BLU. Technically speaking, it could get as high as $9.44 to fill that gap. But you do have some resistance between that $5.65 pre-market high and $9.44. We just have to look left, right? Look left in the past and look at all of these levels and identify levels that look like I could definitely hold on down as levels of resistance, right? And you're just looking at all of these prior levels of support and resistance on the daily chart and simply marking those up. And that's going to give you an idea of where the stock could go to next, right? If it continues the rip and run to the upside. So we would have a $6 target, a $7 target, an $8 target, and a $9.44 target. And again, all I did was identify those highs and lows, and I clicked, and I come back to my intraday chart just to realize it's pretty easy. Every level over pre-market highs, if BLU gets a lot of hype behind it, guys, it's every dollar. $6, $7, $8, $9. So super easy. Every dollar to the upside is a great place to lock in profit. And then we could potentially see this up towards around $9.44 to fill that gap. Again, I'm not saying it's going to. I'm not saying throw everything in BLU. It's going to fill the gap. I'm saying if this is the stock that traders land on, this is where the majority of traders are, and we have a lot of volume, a lot of activity, and a lot of attention, and this stock is moving to the upside, we have potential to get as high as $9.44 to fill that gap. But right now, I don't see any reason to be getting involved with BLU. But I want to get prepared. I want to do my due diligence just in case I see BLU out of the open rip and run and put in a new high and it hits 6 and it pulls back to 5.43. I already know I could be a buyer at 5.43 off the pullback for the next leg up to 6. And if it breaks 6, I should probably be locking in profits around $7, right? I'm prepared. I'm good to go. I don't have to sit there as the stock's moving and then go back into the chart and identify those levels. I'm already prepared. I'm already good to go just in case that opportunity presents itself. So definitely watch BLU team. BLU is definitely on the watch list, right? We've already talked about EFTR. We definitely want to keep that one on watch. We've talked about LPTX. And then last but not least, well, not last but not least, but before we move into Friday's movers, I want to talk about GEVO, right? So I am watching GEVO today. GEVO was a big mover there on Thursday. Didn't do anything on Friday, but what it did do is it set up for a possible mid-candle breakout, right? Set up for a possible mid-candle breakout formation. So again, we had a massive green day on Thursday, slight gap down on Friday, and we closed right in the middle, pretty much right in the middle of that big green day. And right now, we're actually opening right where we closed on Friday. So I'd like to see the stock open up and possibly start ripping and running to the upside, back over 7, back over that 200 SMA right around 707. I still think GEVO has a lot of great potential. Now, if we open up and we start to pull back, we have really good support on GEVO down towards around $6.75. So again, if it opens, pulls back to $6.75, and I see some good support around that level, I may consider taking GEVO long before it really starts gaining that volume and that attention for that possible mid-candle breakout, as I would be right at a very nice level of support. And again, this could break 707, run back up towards around Friday's open at 783, back up towards around Thursday's close, right around $8, and then possibly hitting Thursday's highs of 824. And then mid-candle breakouts. What do we know about mid-candles? That 80% of the time, they break the green day high and they shoot even higher. So with that being said, GEVO has room to 962 if we can break over that 825 high from Thursday. So again, one of two things. Either see the stock open, pull back, find support at 675, and prove to me that this is a nice area. I see buyers moving in at 675. Let me go ahead and get my feet wet for that anticipated mid-candle breakout formation. Again, nice tight stops under support, and we have so much room to the upside. Or the stock opens and it just starts breaking back above 7, breaking back above 707 to 200 SMA. We find a good entry point, and we take advantage of this possible mid-candle breakout. So GEVO definitely needs to be on your guys' watch list as a high alert back burner play, right? It's a high alert back burner play. It may not do anything, but if it does, it's on high alert because this thing could definitely take on off, guys. So we're definitely watching GEVO, okay? ATER, of course, guys, we're watching ATER. We've been watching ATER for over a week, right? We were buying this, not this past Friday, but the Friday before calls when the stock was at $6.20. I was taking profit at 10, and now I see it up towards around $15. So again, ATER has yet to slow down. ATER has so much attention and so much volume and just so much momentum that this is consistently making new highs, making new highs, making new highs. I still think ATER has a lot of great potential, guys. I really do. So ATER over $15, we do have room to 1639. And then anything over 1639, we have room all the way up to that 200-day moving average right now around 1952. However, I would bring that level down because you do have this daily gap that could get filled. So I would say 1875 would be the best level to lock in a good majority of profits if we get a move up to that level, if you guys are still in ATER. I know a lot of you guys are still in ATER from last week, from the week before. If we get some great opportunity today and we're long on this stock, that's still a fantastic area to go ahead and lock in some profits on ATER up towards around 1875. So again, we have room to $15. Over $15, we could see it up towards around 1639. Anything over 1639, we could see it up towards around 1874. And right now, support on ATER is right around that 1370 level, right off those initial pre-market highs. We broke over those highs, we pulled back and held support, and we came down and bounced once again. So right now we have decent support at $13.70. But if we crack below that level, we could see it down at $13, which is the next best level of support for ATER. All right, so right now we know where our levels, can't talk. We know where our levels of support are at. We know how low ATER could go, and we know how high it could go. Right now, we just have to wait for that opportunity to present itself, right? Is there a reason to get involved? Not right now. Maybe the bounce off 1370, maybe a break of the downtrend, right? But right now, 5 minutes into the open, anything could happen. It's going to open. It's probably going to be a little volatile. I would definitely not be looking for an entry right now on ATER because you simply do not know which way it's going to go at the open. It could open and squeeze past 15 and get halted to the upside. It could open and there could be a washout long, and you could see this wash out back down to 1370. Either way, I would not hold ATER into the open if you guys are simply day trading this here intraday. Now, if you've already had ATER from last week, you guys are great. You guys are fine, right? But if you were like in ATER 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, you're coming right into the open, I would consider maybe locking up that position because, again, you just don't know what it's going to do at the open, guys. It could open and squeeze and halt, right? It could open and wash out and dump down to $13. You just don't know. So again, it might be best to close any position you have, sit on the sidelines, and wait to see what ATER does, and then identify if there's an opportunity, and then attack on the opportunity and make good profits, right? Let's keep it easy, guys. Let's not overcomplicate things. Let's sit back, take a deep breath, be patient, be disciplined, wait for the opportunity to present itself, identify the opportunity, attack, and make good profits. Let's keep it easy, guys. So again, right now, we know exactly what we could see on ATER. We also know that we just have to sit back and be patient and wait for the best of the best opportunity, guys. And then finally, BBIG. Right, BBIG, guys, we're actually coming down into a multi-day trend line here on BBIG, right? So we have this multi-day trend line that started about 2 weeks ago. We validated this trend line last Tuesday, but we connected the trend line on Friday. So from not last week, but the week before on Tuesday, running from that low to the low on Friday, we validated that level there that following Tuesday. So it would have been last Tuesday. We validated that level. We shot up beautifully. And since then, we've just been kind of consolidating sideways, getting closer and closer and closer to this uptrend. So I just want to watch BBIG around that trend line level. If it comes down and we see some solid support and we see that, hey, this looks like a good level for BBIG, we can clearly see volume moving in at that trend line. There's definitely some demand. We can see the stock holding that level of trend line support. That may be a good opportunity to maybe get our feet wet on BBIG for the next leg up. So again, right now I'm just watching BBIG down towards around that uptrend. And if it looks good and if it looks like it's holding, we'll definitely identify any kind of opportunity, build our plans, and see if there's anything worth trading on BBIG at that point in time. Okay, so let's go ahead and run back through the watch list if you guys are just now tuning in. So number one that I'm watching out of the gates is going to be ATER. Number two out of the gates is going to be LPTX above 187. Number three, watching this one out of the gate as well, BLU. Number four is EFTR. So again, right out of the gates, top four stocks that I'm watching is ATER, LPTX, BLU, and EFTR. And I have two back burner stocks to watch. Two back burners, right? GEVO, back burner sleeper play possibility for this mid-candle breakout formation. So again, my number one back burner play that I think that has a lot of great potential is GEVO. So I'm definitely watching GEVO off to the side to see if this one starts setting on up, guys. And then number two back burner is going to be BBIG, again, down towards around that multi-day uptrend. So again, I got four stocks that I'm watching right out of the gate, followed by those two back burner plays to see if those set on up. Right now, we have about 6 stocks on our watch list. That's perfect. That's beautiful, right? Eliminating all the noise, identifying what stocks have the best of the best opportunity and focusing on those stocks. Get to know the stock, right? How is the stock moving? Is there a lot of false breakouts, right? Is it slow and steady? Is there a lot of rug pulls, right? Is the price action good, right? Get to know these stocks and wait for that opportunity to present itself, and you guys are all set, ready to rock and roll. So traders, team, ladies and gentlemen, that was the ding, ding, ding. The market's open. Let's have an awesome day. Let's get fired up, and let's make some good profits, team. Let's go! Woo! Ed, my man, Ed, the man, the myth, the legend, Casey, True 99, Owen, OTD, Josh, Chris, Trader Girl, Beth, JR, Shots, Cole. Good morning, traders. What's up? What's going on? Happy Money freaking Monday. So I'm actually going to put GEVO off to the side, guys. GEVO off to the side just to see if this one ever gets any kind of hype to it. I think GEVO has some good potential for a possible mid-candle breakout over 7 and then $7.07 there on GEVO. So I do want to have GEVO on watch just in case that one starts getting any kind of action towards it. So ATER out of the gate, getting a lot of action towards it, right up towards around 15 bucks. I'm not buying it. I'd like to actually see a rejection at 15, see the stock pull back, put in a higher low, and then look for the third touch break over 15. So if ATER sets up for a possible like cup and handle, ascending triangle, right? It's already breaking over the 15 bucks. Well, hopefully it closes back below. Now, if ATER closes back below 15 bucks and we start pulling back, we could still see that potential higher low U-shape for a possible breakout there on ATER. But right now, right out of the gate, nice big rip to the upside. Don't forget about AEI. AEI is another amazing candidate for the moving average squeeze formation for a swing trade, guys. Do not forget about AEI. AEI, guys, has a lot of great upside potential for this moving average squeeze formation. Again, it has room to $3, so keep AEI today, guys, on very high watch as well, okay? Not only for a potential day trade, but for a possible swing trade tonight. I'm just going through some of these swings real quick, guys, to see if anything is standing out. AEI is the only one. LEDS is coming off that watch list. So again, add AEI to your swing trade watch list, and we're going to be watching this one closely today, team. So just, again, ATER from 1420 to 1550 without a pullback, guys. Do not chase it. Do not buy it. If a stock moves more than 50 cents, what's the rule? Don't touch it. Wait for the stock to pull back first. That's going to prevent you from getting it at the top, taking unnecessary losses. It's going to help you become disciplined and patient. Again, if a stock moves more than 50 cents to the upside without pulling back, sit back and wait for the stock to pull back. Right? Let's make it easy, guys. No sense in buying at the high. No sense in chasing these plays. Again, sit back, be patient, and wait for that stock to pull on back for you. All right, so ATER slightly pulling back. GEVO down towards around 680. BBIG slowly coming into that trend line, guys. It still has a little bit of time, maybe like 975, but, you know, BBIG is definitely worth watching down towards around that uptrend. Again, this is why we don't buy at the highs, guys, on ATER. Starting to pull back. So right now, guys, again, just really sitting back, being patient. The SPY actually opened up back above that 20 EMA. So right now, I would be literally just sitting back, watching the SPY. Again, it closed below that 20 EMA there on Friday, but we actually gapped up above that level. So let's see if that level holds as support. We actually may start to see the SPY bounce back up if we hold that level. Hey, B, Moose, what's up, buddy? It's been a hot minute. Welcome back. Happy to have you here. Hey, I missed you too, my friend. I missed you too. Happy to have you back, boss. So you guys are telling me we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, only 6 traders in chat, but I see 52 watching the stream. Come on, guys. I'm just trying to get a little bit of a head count and also just look at the back end too. I know that's irrelevant, guys. We're here to make money, but again, I'm monitoring the back end because I'm actually doing server things. I'm doing server things. So again, I want to see if I need to scale my server or not based on how many messages come through. So that's why I was trying to get you guys to give me a head count so I could see if I need to scale my server up, guys. But yeah, right now it's, guys, there's not a lot of hot opportunity. Hey, yo! ayo, ayo, ayo. That's what I'm talking about. Like you said, just sitting on the hands. That's what I'm doing. Literally, I'm not sitting on my hands, but I'm not trading anything, guys. I don't see anything whatsoever, guys, at all. Right now, it's just a game of being patient. The only thing that I could see would be BBIG. All right, so let's throw a BBIG on that 30-minute chart. All right, let's put BBIG on a 30, and let's just keep it on watch around this trend line, and let's see if BBIG holds on up. All right, let's just see if it holds on up, guys. But right now, is there a reason to get involved with BBIG right now at this second? No. How about ATER? Right, we got to figure out where it's going to level, where it's going to find support before the next leg up, right? LPTX, nothing happening, right? Opened below that 187, and right now on the day it looks disgusting. It's dropping, right? Not a lot of opportunity there. BLU, anything happening? No. GEVO, anything happening? No. EFTR, maybe. Right, EFTR, maybe. We're trying to put in a little bit of this double bottom here on EFTR. I think EFTR is going to start reversing here in a minute, guys. Keep this one on high watch. I could definitely see EFTR reversing and get a quick little red to green move for a run back up into those highs. EFTR is a stock that has ripped really aggressively this past week. So again, it wouldn't surprise me to see the stock bounce off that $30 level of support and reverse for a quick little red to green move back over 33 for the next leg up towards around 35. They're on EFTR, guys. So right now, EFTR is on high watch for the possible reversal. So keeping this one on watch for the possible reversal, guys. So there, EFTR failing, and we've seen a lot of stocks kind of fail, haven't we? We've actually seen a decent amount of stocks fail. AEI starting to get that action, guys. I'm honestly thinking about waiting for AEI to give us our first pullback, and I'm going to jump in on AEI. Because AEI was something I was already watching last week, and I like the potential this one has for a possible little squeeze formation here. We've been seeing a lot of these stocks work out with these squeeze formations. Again, if we ever squeeze above the 50 SMA, I mean, we have room to 336. So AEI is probably one of my favorite trades right now, one of my favorite stocks that I'm looking at getting involved with. Again, I want to see this pull back just a little bit more, and I'm thinking about getting a position with stops below maybe like 250 and look to take this up towards around $3 here on AEI. Of course, I see profits and I'm like, it's Pancake Shark. I see profits and I'm like, it's Pancake, and it was Pancake Shark. Lock it in. Oh man, he's out of the gate just rocking and rolling. $2,800. Ow, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Again, MTNB was a, pretty sure that was that acquisition news, correct? MTNB was the stock that was, oh no, this wasn't the acquisition news. I apologize. MTNB was a stock that had good news. They announced positive data from their phase 2 trial. So, I mean, definitely worth watching. But again, where are you coming right into? $1 resistance and the 200 SMA. So not only do you naturally have $1 as very strong resistance, right? You also have the 200 SMA. So right now, I would not even be considering buying this for $1 break. I would let the stock prove itself, break $1, and then pull back. And then pull back and actually hold it up as support and let it prove itself. So GEVO not doing anything. Team BLU not doing anything. LPTX. You really, it's just between ATER and BBIG and AEI. Right now, these are the best ones, right? AEI, BBIG, and ATER are the top 3 stocks that you guys should be focused on right now. I'm personally watching ATER. Josh, what's the toe in the water point with BBIG? The toe in the water point, when are you going to get your feet wet, right? I mean, it's not a bad idea to get your feet wet right here. Maybe just do a small teeny weeny position, but right here is not a bad idea. You are right off that trend line. You are putting in a nice little double bottom. You are starting to see some buying momentum move in as well from overbought, oversold. We're starting to see the RSI step out of that 30, that oversold territory. So you're starting to see a little bit of buying momentum move in. And you're right off the trend line, quick little double bottom, and you have some volume. So I don't think it's a bad idea to get your feet wet, maybe around 10 bucks. Put yourself in a position to let it breathe, maybe 50 cents, right? Let it breathe about 50 cents on BBIG. And again, start getting your feet wet on it. I think it has some good opportunity back up towards around 12 there on BBIG, but keep those stops nice and tight, but still give it enough breathing room. DTSS is getting some attention towards it, but again, it's 200 SMA is 10 cents away, so we're right at resistance there. MEC's not doing anything. GGAL. And as you guys can see, team, I currently have no open position. So I am tradeless at this point in time. Again, I'm looking at AEI. I want to see AEI pull back and let me get in because I like AEI a lot. I think AEI has a lot of potential, not only today, but in the coming week or two. So I do like AEI quite a bit. I'm not a fan of GEVO. GEVO is just getting absolutely destroyed. I'm taking that one off the watch list. BLU coming off the watch list. LPTX. We'll keep it on watch for a little bit longer. I think BBIG has some good potential, and I personally like AEI the most. So I personally like AEI the most. I'm just looking for a good intraday entry, right? Looking to see where the best of the best entry is on AEI. I think we have some nice room up to around $3 and then potentially $3.30 on AEI to fill this daily gap. So, I mean, I do like AEI quite a bit. Yeah, GEVO is getting a little weak right now. So again, it's definitely not a super hot market, guys. It's really not a super hot market. But again, it's about sitting back, being patient, right? Again, it's 9:45 in the market. The market's been live for 15 minutes. If you guys have no trades on the day, it's okay. It's all good. Because guess what? I don't either. But I know that sometimes the best of the best opportunity will present itself around 11 o'clock, right? 10:30. So again, we're only 15 minutes in. So if you have no trades on the day, it's okay. Sit back, relax, and have fun. And wait for the opportunity. Wait for the best of the best setup, guys. So AEI got slammed a little bit there. BBIG still kind of just consolidating. ATER slow and steady making those highs. So let's just focus on ATER for now, guys. BBIG off on the side. And right now focused on ATER and AEI. So right now, again, team, sitting back, relaxing, being patient, and looking for that best of the best opportunity, right? We can go ahead and do a quick little scan through some of these other stocks like we just did. See if there's any other opportunity like MEC, right? MEC. This stock is up on no news. And right now it's not doing anything anyway. UROY. UROY. There you go. Josh getting together. Shares of uranium mining companies are surging as retail traders from Reddit's Wall Street Bets forum focus their energies on the radioactive metal. So you got UROY getting some hype from Wall Street Bets. So hey, UROY is worth watching as it is being talked about, as there is, Reddit and Wall Street Bets, hyping it up and talking about it. So it's definitely worth just watching it. And again, keeping it on watch. So we'll watch UROY and see if that has any opportunity. Haven't identified any opportunity on AEI yet. I haven't seen anything on EFTR. We might have a nice little reversal coming on up on LPTX. So I'm definitely watching LPTX here. And I haven't really been able to nail an entry yet on ATER. Go ahead and look at some of these option plays. ZM, nada. mRNA, nothing right now. BIDU, maybe in the coming days. Apple, popped right up into that 20 EMA and got rejected. We may continue to see this down into the 50 SMA, which was right around 148, so it's only like $2 away. SPY, just kind of keeping the SPY on watch around that 20 EMA level. But right now, it's not like just a lot of great opportunity, guys. And plus, you're only about 18 minutes in the market at the same time. We're only 18 minutes in, guys. So again, I have no trades on the day, guys. I am tradeless. And again, I'm sitting back being patient, waiting for like just a killer setup, right? Last week, there was like 2 days I did not trade. And there was 2 days I did trade, right? I still hit my weekly goal and I didn't trade half the week, right? So again, that's a perfect testament of you don't have to trade every single day to hit your goals. You have to trade quality setups, right? It's not about the quantity of setups, how many times you're trading, right? 5, 10, 20 times. It's about the quality of the setup. And again, last week was that perfect testament, is there wasn't a lot of trades. I had maybe 3 to 4 trades last week in total, and I still hit my weekly goal because I was focused on the quality of the setups. Give me 1 second. Let me step out and grab a drink of water real quick, guys. And yeah, about 30 seconds. I'll be right back with you. And let's make it happen, guys. Where's that opportunity? Hit me with the message inside of chat. It's quiet today, guys. It's quiet. We have 35 new faces. 35 new faces, and I have not seen half of them. So, guys, go ahead and introduce yourself. Welcome to the team. Who are you? Where are you tuning in from? What's your experience? Why are you here? How do you think we could help? Let's have some fun. Let's get to know you. We're one big happy family, guys, right? And as the market's kind of just slow, this is a great opportunity to get yourself introduced, meet other traders inside a chat, and let's have some fun, guys. All right, we're back, baby. We're back. And a couple things. You guys are new to chat, right? So you guys are brand new to chat. So there's probably a few things that you're unaware of. All right. So while I have you guys here, let me introduce you guys to it real quick. All right. So obviously you scroll on down. You got your live stream. But when the live stream's activated, you got a little live icon right here. If that little red dot ever goes away, guys, that little red dot ever goes away, you need to just make sure it's in red. That's going to give you a 2 to 3 second delay. Right? You're only talking about 2 to 3 second delay there if you make sure that it's set to live. So number one, if you guys think there's a slight delay, simply just make sure that, again, that live icon is in red and you guys are all set, ready to rock and roll. All right? You can watch on YouTube through the YouTube link, right? The private link. So you can watch on YouTube. I post that all the time, right? So you can actually watch it on YouTube, not in chat. You can actually pop out your chat rooms. Right, so there's a little pop-out button right there at the top right-hand corner. So if you don't want the live stream, you just want chat, you can pop out chat and you can put it anywhere you want. Or you can actually watch the stream on YouTube and pop out chat and have it anywhere on your window. You can resize it. You can do anything you want with it, guys. Okay? So with that being said, just a couple little tips and tricks I wanted to tell you guys about. The live setting and then the ability to pop out the live chat as well, guys. Yeah, ATR is being a freaking monster, guys. Again, 1874. And right now, you know, definitely looking to nail a pullback back down towards around like 1551, guys. So back down towards around like 1551, we got a lot of opportunity for a nice little pullback. So that's what I'm looking at right now, guys, on ATER. Is back down towards around like that 1551 level for a possible little entry here coming on up. Brad from Texas. Welcome, Todd Dallas. All right. So got a couple of Texans over here. Some Texas. Southwest Florida. Mickey, what's going on? Dawson from Alberta. What's up? What's going on, guys? Josh. I'm Josh from Florida. Bill from Michigan. What's up, Bill? Welcome to chat. So I'm just looking for a good little pullback here on ATER, trying to get, you know, maybe in somewhere around like $15.50 here on ATER off that prior high. That would be at a 61.8 fib retracement as well, and you also have the VWAP right there. So again, I just identified 3 separate reasons that a 1550 pullback would be a great area to get involved. Number one, old resistance, new support. Number two, VWAP support. Number three, it's a 61.8 fib retracement. So right there, 3 separate reasons, 1550 could be a great entry to buy the dip here on ATER. Don't hide those Indiana roots. Let them know. I was a corn shucker, baby. Yeah! No, from Indiana. Now I'm Floridian. Now I'm a Floridian. My blood's thinned out. I wear jackets when it's 80 degrees outside. I'm a true Floridian. Represent. Hey, yes, Hoosiers. Represent. Damn, Ed. Ed's over here crushing it. Ed, the man, the myth, the legend. He is going to be the highest paid affiliate out there. I mean, Ed's going to probably take my place. Ed's just going to go ahead and take my place. He's going to bring in everybody. Ed, you can have the mic. The floor is yours, Ed. You run Alpha now. I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys like never. See ya. Ed's taking over now, guys. So I'm just personally waiting for ATER back down towards around 1550, guys. I like ATER down towards around 1550. You got BBIG holding that level beautifully. Definitely some good opportunity there, guys. Cole, I've been struggling trading for the past week or so. It's all mental. What do you do to reset? So when I'm in a position and I'm really struggling a lot, I'll take a step back from a live account and I may just watch the markets. I may paper trade a little bit, right? I'll go back through and just redo like fundamental training, right? Just like I'll educate myself, but I'll go back and refresh myself on the fundamentals. You know, I'll identify where am I struggling? Am I struggling with my entries, right? I'll go back and refresh on, you know, some of my entry lessons, right? Am I struggling with taking profit, being greedy? I'll reflect on that, right? Am I struggling with over trading, right? Again, I try to identify where my mistakes are being made, right? You're struggling, so there's obviously some mistakes. So first things first is trying to identify what mistakes you're making that's causing you to struggle in the market, right? What are those mistakes? Is it too big of size? Is it jumping the gun? Is it over trading, right? What is the cause of the losses, right? What's the cause that we're currently struggling? Identifying that and basically taking a step back for a day or two and doing everything I can to re-educate myself on that particular topic just to reinforce that into my brain. So again, if it's, for instance, I'm over trading, I will literally sit there and I'll refresh on anything that has to do with over trading, right? To get it implanted back on my head that over trading's bad. It's not about the quantity of setups, it's about the quality. Quality over quantity. Quality over quantity. And I'll literally just sit there and tell myself that all day, every day, all day, every day. And I'll take a step back from my main account. What does that allow me to do? It allows me to be disciplined, to basically sit here on my hands, knowing that I'm making mistakes, that I need to take a step back, right? Rediscipline myself and focus on what's important, what's causing those mistakes, what's causing those losses, and focus on that until I feel more confident to return to the market. Ed, I'm shy and you're the host with the most. I appreciate it, Ed. The host with the most. And Ed's the man, the myth, the motherfucking legend. Ed Nevis, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I love it. Adam said, who's your daddy? I'm your daddy, Adam. I'm your daddy. Greetings from South America, Arlington, Texas, Pennsylvania, Charleston. My goodness, Cayuga. Schrader from Cayuga. I think we talked about this last week, right? I was from Clinton, Indiana. And I think Cayuga is like about 30 minutes north of Clinton. So yeah, same neck of the woods. Lovely Vermilion County, right? I think that's Vermilion County or North Vermilion, whatever. Something like that. Again, I'm just looking, I'm still being patient, guys. I like ATER at like 15, 50, somewhere down around there. Like, it may not make it that low. It's holding up really, really nicely right now. And honestly, you can honestly put a little bit of a trend line on this stock and see that we might have a nice little uptrend that's being respected. But yeah. And UROY, the Wall Street bet stock that's getting a lot of hype, that uranium stock, starting to move on up here a little bit. So you clearly have support back down right around 423 there on UROY. Oh, another thing too, guys. Another thing as well. Someone type this. Actually, I'll type this up as well. You got to clear your cache sometimes. Sometimes you have to clear your cache. Anytime we do an update, which we did an update this weekend for the mobile chat room. So if you guys are on the mobile chat room, there's been a new update. Still updates coming, but we did an update. And we did an update inside the chat too. So anytime we do an update and you notice like any issues whatsoever, just clear your browser cache and that'll resolve everything 100% of the time, guys. All right, so again, 100% of the time, if you come into the chat and you notice any small issue, anything like that with the live stream, the chat boxes, the website not loading, just go up to your browser and clear cache and clear cookies, and that right away will fix the issue, guys. So let's see how ATER is going to set up here. Let's see how ATER is going to set on up. Is it going to double top and roll over down the 1550? Is it going to hold these higher lows like Chris said and possibly set up for a nice little ascending triangle breakout formation? All I know is if we break over these highs, we have room to 1874 next, guys. So there's a lot of opportunity here with ATER. So ATER is my #1 watch at this point in time. I like it too. Yeah, UROY. The sky is the limit. And it's not a terribly large float. It's only 64 million in float. So it's not like stupid high in the 100 million. It's 64. It's still a pretty decently large float, but it's not like stupid high. UROY could definitely move. So I like UROY. And I'm waiting for an ATER setup, guys. Right now, my #1 watch, my main focus is here on ATER at this point in time. It's kind of tempting to maybe grab like a small 50 share position, anticipating the higher low push back up into the highs. I know I'm not a big anticipation trader. I mean, I am on my main account, but with the small account, I don't really trade out of anticipation. I really wait for those confirmed setups, but I like ATER so much and it has so much potential that I think it's worth the risk here on ATER. So I'm going to go like 50 shares of ATER. Nothing crazy because I do know I'm a little early to the trade. I know it's more of an anticipation trade on ATER, so that's why I'm only going with about 50 shares, and I'm looking for this to come back up to retest these highs. First target, and then I'm looking for 1875. My stops right now are going to be underneath this low, so if we put in a lower low here, probably like 1610, I will walk away from the trade completely, but I think it's a good opportunity to go ahead and get in for that anticipated ascending triangle breakout formation, again on very small size. I really wanted probably 200 to 300 shares total on the best of the best setup, but since this is more of an anticipation trade, anticipating that this stock is going to potentially break out of this ascending triangle, that's why I really scaled my size back to a whopping 50 shares versus 300 shares, because I do realize that I could take a small little loss on this because it's not really set up and confirmed yet. But I like the idea because ATER has a lot of great volume, has a lot of great potential. It's moving up really well here intraday. Again, I do think ATER has a lot of good potential, guys. So that's why I took a small little 50 share position, just looking to try and get in on this possible break coming on up. And my stops are at 1610. So not only could it be a little bit of a ascending triangle, but if we put in a lower high off this downtrend, right? If we do not break above this downtrend back up towards around these highs of 1730, it could be consolidating for a nice little flag formation here, guys. Right? So right now, if it comes up into like the 1712s and gets rejected, I may lock in that profit because it may pull back and continue to consolidate in a flag formation here. So let's see what's going to happen. There's 17. There's the trend line. I'm taking half right at the trend line. I'm taking half at the trend line because I realized this could consolidate. So I just took half right at that downtrend, thinking that it could continue to consolidate here. But I still have half just in case it breaks. So I took half at the downtrend because I see that could be resistance. And I also have another half with I'm taking profit back below 17. Just in case it does pull back and continue to consolidate and set up for more of a flag formation versus an ascending triangle formation here, guys. So I'm just playing it smart, locking in some quick profits, leaving a little bit on the table as a runner, just in case we get that high day break and we squeeze up towards around 1874. If I see the sellers back below 17, I lock it up completely and look to rebuy the dip. Back below 17, I lock it up completely because I'm grabbing about 50 cents a share. I think it's going to pull back a little bit, guys. I do think ATER is going to pull back here a little bit and set up for more of a flag formation versus an ascending triangle formation. So I still have that 25 share position, and I'm going to go ahead and lock it up quick. Small account base hit on 50 shares 22 bucks, guys. It's nothing crazy, but I was able to grab about, what, 50 cents a share out of that, right? Just about 50 cents a share out of ATER. And again, it's all about consistent base hits. It's all about great, consistent trades. Because again, if that was on a main account, right, think of it this way. If I was on my main account, that would have been a 500 share position, right? That could have been $220. It's all about the consistent base hit trades, consistent base hit trades. And you just focus on scaling 100 shares, 150, 200, 250, 300. And before you know it, you're taking the same exact trades, right? Looking for the same exact thing. You're just taking a little bit larger size and you're making a little bit bigger profits at the same time. So just because it's only 22 bucks, it was still a solid 50 to 60 cent potential on ATR. I could have grabbed a little bit more out of it. But again, I wanted to give it a little bit more of a chance to see if it would go ahead and break those highs. I'll take 20 bucks a minute. Yeah, like Brad, I'll take 20 bucks a minute. Even on a small account, I'll take it, right? Small account base hit's a small account base hit, guys. I'll take it all day, every day. So ATR still looking like it wants to get that ascending triangle. If it does close back below this downtrend, guys, this is probably what we're going to see here on ATR, right? You have this nice big leg to the upside, followed by this period of consolidation, right? It could be a nice little flag formation. We're looking for it to get tighter and tighter and tighter, and again, break out of this flag formation for the next leg up to around $18.74 if ATER doesn't start breaking right here, right now. As long as we hold these higher lows and we hold this uptrend and we continue to consolidate in this flag-like formation, we do have 80-20 odds that we could see this break out of the flag for the leg up towards around 1874 there on ATER, guys. So again, back at this uptrend, getting tighter and tighter and tighter. We may have a nice little trade coming on up for a flag formation here on ATER. So right now, ATER is the pick of the day. ATER is the stock that traders have decided. This is the stock that I'm watching. This is the stock that I'm going to trade. This is where 80% of the attention is right now is on ATER, right? UROY, don't get me wrong, has good potential. But is it really doing a lot right now? No. AEI had some good potential. Double top, cracked below 263. That was a signal to get out. Now it's starting to dump and crack. EFTR, anything happening there? No. LPTX, anything happening there? No. But ATER, guys, ATER has some great potential. This is where 70 to 80% of the activity and the focus is in the market at this point in time. So where does our focus need to be? Where do we need to be looking? ATER. So AEI, I still have yet to get any kind of confirmation to buy this, right? I was considering it, but I noticed the double top, and I said, you know what? If this one does double top and it starts cracking back below that 260, I'm going to sit back and wait on AEI maybe for another day or so. So I still have no entries on AEI. Honestly, I'm just waiting to see if this stock's going to hold above 238. If AEI shows strength above 238, right? I think that might be a good time to start getting your feet wet. But again, you still have some time for AEI to actually work on out. So this actually may be more of that ascending triangle formation, guys. It really may be setting up for a really nice ascending triangle here on ATER. So right now we do have more flat resistance with these higher lows. Looking for a nice little ascending triangle formation here, guys. But I don't trust it. Here's the thing. I'm not going to buy this for the break of the ascending triangle. I don't trust it. And that's, again, I'm glad that I don't trust it because right now it's starting to look a little iffy. I just have a feeling that it's going to be a false breakout followed by a rug pull. Like my gut tells me that if this one sets up and it tries the break out of this ascending triangle, that there's going to be a nasty rug pull and then it's going to move on up. So for some, I'm just not going to take it for this ascending triangle, guys. I think it may try to do a little bit of a breakout, little false breakout, and then just get destroyed. Or it just starts cracking and pulling back here. But regardless, I'm not taking this for the ascending triangle breakout. I would just sit on the sidelines and wait to see what happens. But my gut's kind of telling me that we'll see a little bit of a false breakout, a nice little rug pull. It'll start selling off pretty aggressively. Ideally back down to like 1551 level and then get the next leg up here on ATER. So with Fibonacci's, you have to first identify, is the stock in a trend? It could be uptrending, it could be downtrending. But as long as the stock is trending and not ranging, you could use Fibonacci retracements and you could use Fibonacci extensions as well. So UROY, if you guys like UROY, you have a downtrend break coming on up. So again, you have a nice rip followed by this period of consolidation. It's kind of meeting the criteria of a flag, right? Looking for the break of the downtrend, you do have room up towards around $5 next, guys. So if you guys like UROY, just wait for this downtrend to break on volume. And you could take this up towards around $5 there on UROY. Right now, what I'm looking for is ATER to attempt the breakout. For some reason, I think it's going to fail. I think it's going to be a false breakout followed by a nasty rug pull and then looking to get in. Again, I could be wrong, but the fact that I'm even thinking that, the fact that I even have that feeling that that's what I'm thinking could happen on ATER, I'm not chasing the breakout. I'm not looking to buy this for a break. I don't care if it runs to 20 bucks, right? Because it will set back up and I will have another opportunity. But for some reason, I think we're going to see a little bit of a false breakout followed by a little bit of a rug pull. And you're going to start to see it pull back a little bit, and then we could look for an opportunity. But if I'm wrong, then let it break. Let it break. Let it set up. Let it prove itself once again, and then we can attack the next best opportunity here on ATER. So right now, it's a game of patience, guys. It's a game of patience. My hand's not even on the trigger right now. My hand's off my mouse because there's no reason for me to get involved with ATER right now. Right now, it's just a game of patience. I'm just sitting back, waiting, watching, and waiting for the stock to provide me with a killer opportunity. Any news on SOF to the I, SoFi? I haven't even looked at SOFI today. Any news on SOFI? This was a good candidate for the moving average squeeze formation, and it was looking kind of good from Thursday into Friday. And again, the one just kind of shitty thing about options is you can't do anything till the market opens, and right when SoFi opened on Friday, it just faded and failed, right? It's no longer even a good setup for the moving average squeeze formation. So that's something that was closed out there this morning on my part. Same thing with KPLT. KPLT hit target Thursday morning at $7.95. You know, I was buying this one at $6. It ran up almost $2, and I had options, and I couldn't get out of that position just to see it completely gapped. I mean, just not even gapped down. It slightly gapped up, but nowhere close to where it was at in pre-market. And since then, it's just pulling on back and fading and falling. So as far as I can tell, there is nothing with SOFI right now. The only thing that we have is a really nice ascending triangle breakout formation here, but for some reason, I think it may fail. So I'm not taking this for the ascending triangle breakout, just because I don't want to get caught up in a little bit of a false breakout and get destroyed to the downside. So again, I'm just going to sit back and wait. Either it fails like I think, and I can look to be a buyer back down towards around 1550 support, or B, it breaks, proves me wrong, and I wait for another opportunity and another entry for that next leg up. So right now, as ATR is kind of doing its thing, let's check out UROY. A little bit of a false breakout there, right? Tried the pop on volume and immediately got rejected. AEI still fading and falling. EFTR, no attention. LPTX, no attention. BBIG, still trying to figure out where it's going. We're still above the trend line, so we're right at that trend line level, so it's still worth watching on BBIG to see if it sets on up. But right now, we know where almost every single trader is, right? 80 to 90% of the volume in the market, 80% of the traders are currently on ATER, trading 78 million shares so far today, guys. All right, you're starting to see new high a day. Is it actually going to break and hold? Let's see. All right, prove me wrong, ATER. Prove me wrong. Fantastic. Thank you for proving me wrong. I'll take it. Right up into that target, guys. 1874. Now, if we break 1874, you have that 200 SMA in sight. My goodness, ATER, guys. Wow. Does anybody still have any kind of their swing from last week? Does anybody still holding anything on ATER from the swing trade from last week? So right now, guys, again, we're just still sitting back. You know, we had a nice little initial trade here on ATER, right off that trend line. Nice little initial move to the upside. And again, right now, just sitting back, relaxing, waiting for the next best of the best opportunity. Again, it's quality, not quantity, right? So 1 for 1 on the day, right? Green is green at the end of the day, guys, right? Green's green. We got some big time profits moving on in, right? You got $700 from Adam on ATER. Ron, $200. ATER, right? What are you guys looking at? You got Pancake Shark, $2,800. Guys, what are you guys making? Go ahead and post some profits here in Profits Chat. Let's go ahead and see some of those profits in Profits Chat. So all you got to do is take a nice little picture of your P&L. Come over to Profits Chat and just post it in Profits Chat, guys. Just like that. Profits Chat, baby. Brad, a quick $41. They're on ATER. Good stuff. Good work. Locking in a quick $41. ATER. And again, it's about the quality. I'm going to say it a million times, guys. And Brad, I'm going to go ahead and delete that. Go ahead and get that in Profits Chat, my man. If you don't mind, go ahead and throw that up in Profits Chat. So, again, I'm going to say it a million times. It is about the quality, guys. It's not about how many times you're trading, right? You don't want to overtrade at the end of the day. You really need to just sit back and wait for those quality setups, right? The quality setups. A-plus setups, and just base hit trades, guys. Just lock in some nice base hits. So with that being said, you know, ATR is still the #1 watch, and it still has room to that 200 SMA, and the 200 SMA right now is at 1950? 1958. So right now, ATR is filling that daily gap. So we did have that daily gap here on ATR, but if it is strong enough, we could see another 50 cents to the upside here on ATER. And honestly, I think that's when we're going to start to see ATR slow down. Right? It's very overextended. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days to the upside. From around $6 to $19 without any kind of a pullback. I'm definitely thinking ATER is going to start pulling back here very, very soon, guys. All right, so would I be buying here at 19, 20? No. Right? You're right at resistance #1. Right at resistance #1. Number 2, the stock in the last 6 days has gone from around $6 to almost $19 to $19.10 without a single pullback. It's overextended, right? It's very overextended. So again, I think we may start to see a pullback this week on ATER before it resets back up for the next leg higher if there's still a lot of attention behind ATER. On mobile, I'm having trouble finding Profits Chat, so it's going to look identical to this. So on mobile, it's going to look a little something like that probably, right? Because it's in your mobile view. And you'll have the live stream above. So right there, you'll just see profits. So you have stock talk, alerts, profits, options, crypto, signals, chat. So again, what you see here on the live stream is going to be identical to what you guys have in the mobile version. So again, you'll see profits, and it'll be all set, ready to the rock and roll, guys. See, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. And again, mobile is a beta version. So mobile is in beta, right? It's not a production yet. It's not in production. It's not live. It's still just a testing room, right? It's in beta. So that being said, there are bugs with the mobile version, right? There are. But again, I wanted to release that to, again, give you guys an option to use it if you want. But right now, 100%, you should be on the desktop version, guys. You should be on desktop. You should be using a desktop at the end of the day. So right now, it's still just sitting back and waiting for the next best opportunity here on ATER. Maybe back down towards around where we broke out, that level of resistance right around 1736. If we can pull back down towards around that level, 1736, and find support there on ATER, I would definitely be interested to take it back up towards around 19. You know, you're talking over $1.50 a share potential with really nice tight stops, probably under $17 as far as the stop. So you can get away with risking 50 cents if this sets up, looking to gain about $1.50 of profit. So right off the bat, we've identified that it has potential to be a 3-to-1 setup on ATER. Now we just have to wait for the setup. right? We know that it has potential to set up, but now we just have to actually wait for the stock to set up. Brad, he's already on top of it. He's like, no complaints. I love it. I'm already signing up after the trial. He's been in chat for like 2 hours. He's already a part of the team. He's like, I'm signing up. This is where I'm supposed to be. I love it, Brad. So we can go ahead and say, welcome officially to the team, my man. Everybody, welcome to the team. But Brad's taking that step. Brad's going to sign up, it looks like. So officially, welcome to the Alpha Day Trading family, Brad. And whoever, like Brad, right? This is for you, Brad, and anybody else that's listening. Don't sign up and upgrade your plan until Friday because I have something for you guys, all right? So do not upgrade from the trial to a plan or you're going to miss out. So wait until Thursday or Friday. I got something for you guys, all right? Yo, Pancake. Pancake. Have a good rest of your day, boss. You always come in, locking in quick profits. Locking in quick profits, and he's out of here. He's out of here. So, Pancake, have an awesome day. So right now, team, we're about an hour in the market. So far, 1 for 1. That's what it's all about, right? Being able to identify an opportunity, attacking the opportunity, and coming out profitable. Whether that's $5 or $500 at the end of the day. Green is green. A good trade is a good trade. And a bad trade is a bad trade, right? Green is green at the end of the day. Small account, large account. It's all about consistency, guys. I don't care if you're making $5 a day consistent. If you can prove to yourself that you can make $5 a day consistently, what is that going to help you do? It's going to help you become more confident, right? You're going to be confident to start looking to make $10 a day consistently. And how do you do that? You scale up in size. And once you do that consistently, guess what? You're going to be confident to scale up in size to get to $20 a day. And then before you know it, 6 months down the road, you're making $200, $300, $400, $500 a day consistently. But it all starts with today. It all starts with becoming consistent on day one in the first place. Regardless of how much that is, it's all about consistency. $1 or $100, it does not matter. It's all about consistency. And that consistency is going to make you more confident. And you're going to be more confident, more comfortable to scale into your size to start locking in bigger profits. So again, if you're making $1, awesome fucking job and great work. If you're making $1,000, awesome job, great work, right? You're doing just as great. You're doing just as good if you're making a consistent $1 a day as someone that's making a consistent $1,000 a day, because you know what? You're still consistent at the end of the day, guys. So never look at someone else's profits as discouragement. Look at someone else's big profits as motivation that you can get there. And they probably started where you were. They probably started off where you were, but over time they've gotten to those $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 days. So don't use it as discouragement. Look at that as motivation that if you just remain consistent, guys, you as well can get to that level in your trading career. SDC used to be one of my favorite stocks last year. SDC last year was like one of my favorite stocks. I mean, I absolutely crushed it on SDC. And SDC is another short squeeze hype stock from Wall Street Bets, right? It's one of the most shorted stocks. Out of the top 10 most shorted stocks, SDC falls on that list. So you already know that there's a lot of these short squeeze traders circulating stocks like SDC. Jason, is AEI at a good level to buy? AEI, is that at a good level to buy? Honestly, if it were me, Jason, right? If it were me, I would be waiting closer to the end of the day. Why is that? Because I wouldn't want to buy this for a day trade. I wouldn't want to get involved on AEI right now for a day trade. I don't like the intraday chart at all, right? Low volume, very choppy, very scattered. I don't like it. I would not day trade it. I would consider swing trading it because we may have a nice moving average squeeze setup forming. So anytime that I prepare and start buying for swing trades is normally at the end of the day. Why would I not want to get a position now for the swing trade? Because what if it just keeps dumping and dumping and dumping and dumping, right? I'm going to take a loss. Or I wait until the end of the day and I see it dump, 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 and I never get involved. So I'd rather wait closer to the end of the day and let AEI actually play on out and let's see what it's going to look like towards the close. And if it still looks good and the technicals are still solid and sound, then we can consider getting in for a possible swing trade. So right now, I would not be in it for a day trade, and I would still be waiting closer till the end of the day to reanalyze this to see if it is a good swing trade setup. So SDC's right at resistance, breaking over this level here of 571. You would have some room to 590. You would have some room to 603. You would have some room to 623. And then you could possibly fill this gap on SDC up towards around $6.50. So we're definitely watching SDC over 570 to see if we can move on up towards around 590 and 6 and maybe even hit that 50 SMA. And who knows, if SDC is strong enough, we could fill that gap up towards around $6.50, guys. UROY lost a lot of attention. I am still liking ATER. I really like ATER, guys. We had the uptrend from the ascending triangle breakout, and this uptrend is still valid. So right now, we do have uptrend support. We have downtrend resistance. If we come down and hold the trend line, right? So again, we have trend line support, 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 right? From this ascending triangle breakout formation, we have this uptrend. Extend it to the right. We could still definitely see support. We have downtrend resistance. If this stock continues to do one of these, right? I would be looking for the bounce off the trend line for the break of the downtrend for the next leg up towards around $19. And the beautiful thing is my reward would be from around $18 to $19, right? And my stop would be underneath that trend line low. So I could literally get away with about 50 cents of risk. So right off the bat, I know this has good potential to be a solid setup. Now I just have to wait for the stock to come down and touch this trend line, start to see volume move in for a break of the downtrend, and look for the next leg up towards around $19. Stops would be underneath the uptrend or underneath whatever our low point here is. So again, we do have good risk reward and a potentially good setup here on ATER, guys. So right now my watch is ATER. So again, prior breakout level, ascending triangles uptrend. So not only do we have support around this level, from prior resistance, new support, we also have this uptrend as well. So we've established quite a few separate reasons that this could be a great level to get a nice little entry, right? We do have some good support at like 1740 and 1750, as well as this uptrend. Let's see if we hold the uptrend and get a break of the downtrend here for that next leg up. So right now, let's see what's going to happen here with ATER. Still watching BBIG, guys. And as you guys can see, I have no open positions. The only trade that I've had today so far was ATER a little bit ago. So right now I have no open positions. I am waiting. I am watching. We can continue to readjust this trend line off the wicks here. And we can see that at the absolute lowest puts us right at 1740, which is that prior level of resistance and the breakout point. So I'm getting very interested right now in ATER. I'm getting very interested right now in ATER, guys. As long as it stays above 1740, I think ATER has some good potential, guys. I think ATER has some good potential. Let's see what we look like over the next couple of minutes here. So we have the uptrend, prior resistance, right? New support, the breakout level. Not only do we have a downtrend we can run off the highs, we have a trend line that we can run off these lows. So it is, you know, again, nice rip. It is consolidating, and it looks like it's getting tighter and tighter and tighter, where it could definitely break this downtrend off these levels of support, guys. So right now, ATER is in a sweet spot. I think ATER has some decent potential, guys. So I am going to start a position on ATER. 50 share position. Stops right now are going to be like 1724. I'll risk 30 cents, 40 cents on this trade. Another anticipation trade. But I do think the stock can hold this level on up because it's a key level of support we've identified and get a break of this downtrend. And again, that's why I only took about 50 shares. Right? Not going balls to the wall because I am getting in out of anticipation of this stock actually holding this level on up and getting the next leg up. Now that I look back at it, probably a little early on the trade, but I still think ATER has potential to at least retest the highs, right? At least retest those $19 highs before it actually starts really pulling on back. So we're below the trend line now. That's not good. Not a fan of that, but we're still above support. We're still above support, and we still possibly have the break of the downtrend. Right now, it's actually not looking all that phenomenal here. It looks like it's going to start pulling back pretty hard now. It looked okay there for a moment. That's why I grabbed it right there about 2 minutes ago on that candle. That was a pretty nice candle off the trend line, and right now it's just kind of turning over a little bit. So right now, I'm stopping out under 17 on the close, guys. Under 17 close, I got to walk away from it. It was definitely worth giving it a go, though, because ATER still has a lot of great potential, in my opinion. You know, I definitely think by the end of the day, we see ATER retesting $19 highs. Do we have anything else on ATER? Anything else? It's still technically building some higher lows. If you look at low, 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 it could definitely still put in a nicer higher low here. We still have this downturn we could definitely break. The initial point of resistance was right there at 1690. We had a lot of resistance around that level. I mean, honestly, resistance was up a little bit, but the first level that we closed below when we had a little bit of a false breakout was right there at 1691. VWAP's at 1650. Oh, there's BBIG, guys. BBIG's breaking that little bit of a downtrend here, so watch BBIG. So I was watching BBIG on the 5-minute. BBIG just got a nice little pop there. You know, still above that trend line. If you actually go ahead and put this on a 30-minute, you see that it's off the trend line. And then on a 5-minute, we broke that slight downtrend here. So BBIG right now is getting some nice attention towards it, guys. Right now, BBIG is getting some nice attention towards it. We should definitely be watching this one to see if we can break over the open, 1050, and start getting some nice action. Is LPTX doing anything? It is not. LPTX, we can honestly take that off the watch list, guys. EFTR, that can come off watch as well. AEI, we're still going to keep it on our swing trade watch list on AEI, but here intraday, nothing really happening. UROY lost a lot of attention. SDC is definitely still something worth watching, guys. It's a little bit of a slower and steadier mover. I mean, SDC is a large float stock. Here recently, it's only went about, 20 cents to the upside in the last 30-ish minutes, so... ATER, I probably wouldn't grab puts yet. I'd wait for your first red day. I mean, it is very overextended, but we still look very, very strong. A lot of great volume, a lot of great momentum. I would not be trying to trade against the momentum here because, again, it's just straight up. But when we start to see some really good technicals in our favor that suggest the next pullback, a little bit of a reversal, yeah, we'll be prepared. We'll be ready to go on ATER. But right now, it has not really shown any signs that it's ready to reverse yet. When it starts showing signs of a possible reversal, that's when we'll be ready to go. And that's when we could possibly lock in some great profits to the short side on ATER. But right now, at this point in time, at 10:45 in the market, I don't think it's a good idea to be grabbing puts right now on ATER. I mean, I personally wouldn't be grabbing puts right now because we don't have any reason. It's kind of like catching a falling knife, right? The stock's dumping, and you're just trying to buy the dip for the big bounce, right? It's called catching a falling knife. You don't want to catch a falling knife. Same thing to the stock to the upside. You don't want to try and just grab the top because it continued to squeeze you out of your position to the upside. So you want to wait for some better confirmation to actually get involved to the short side here on ATER. Right now, BBIG, guys, is getting some nice attention towards it. BBIG right now is getting some nice volume. So again, let's see if we can break over the open. The open was 1046. 1046 was the open here on BBIG. Let's see if it's one big possible red to green move, and let's see if BBIG is going to start moving back to the upside. BBIG has room to 11 next, right? We could definitely see it up towards around 11 bucks. Then we could definitely see it up towards around 1132. Then we could see it up towards around like 1156. I mean, there's a lot of resistance all the way back up to 12. So there's a decent amount of resistance on BBIG all the way back up towards around 12 bucks, but still it has the potential to get back up towards around 12 and 1250 there on BBIG. BLU's been off my watch list for a while. BLU's been off my watch list for a while. Yeah, it bounced off the 20 EMA. And it's slowly grinding on up, but I still don't think it's all that nice. I mean, it looks like crap, the chart does. I think we got better opportunity. BBIG and potentially ATER for the break of this nice little downtrend coming on up. It'd also be a nice little 5-minute reversal setting up on BBIG as well. So not only do we have a nice little 1-minute potential setup for the break of the downtrend, but we also have a nice little 5-minute reversal possibly setting up there on ATER as well. So right now it's SDC, 570 support. Right, throw this back on a 1 minute. You have like 570 support. Also comes from the daily chart. 590 and $6 resistance. Anything over $6, it has room to 623. BBIG's going for a possible red to green move, opening red. Possibly looking to break over the open for the next leg up towards around $11. And then you have ATER trying to get a break of this downtrend right around that level of support. It came down a little bit lower than I expected, but it is still trying to hold up that 50% retracement and some of that prior resistance, new support as well there on ATER. SDC is a slow and steady grinder, guys. SDC is just a slow, steady grinder. Again, you got 590 resistance, $6 resistance, and then 623 resistance there on SDC. And BBIG, oh, it's right at the open, guys. Right at the open. Pullback, BBIG. Somewhere around like 1024. Pulling back, holding that level, then possibly breaking the open. BBIG can go on a nice big move to the upside, guys. BBIG could definitely break the open and just run up towards around $11 resistance. So BBIG right now waiting for this one to pull back. Ideally like that 1024, 1025. That's a pretty good level of support. Or BBIG is going to go ahead and try and break the open. One of the two. No pullback, just trying to break the open right here on BBIG. So now that we're above the open, that if we stay above the open, that's going to be our new level of support. That's going to be your new level of support there on BBIG. So SDC can definitely pull back towards around 570, guys. 570 on SDC. Before it possibly gets that next leg up towards around 590 and $6. BBIG tried breaking over today's open and the high. Getting rejected. So again, 1024 pullback there on BBIG is a decent little level to see the stock pull back to on BBIG. You have ATR attempting to break the downtrend off a double bottom. It's just not getting that aggressive move, right? That nice strong pop in volume there on ATR. But it's definitely trying to break that downtrend off of a quick little double bottom there on ATR. But it's not really getting that nice big move that we really want to see here. And so, again, if it breaks below these prior lows, if it's like down towards around below 1680, that would be a place that you probably have to walk away because it would have some room to fall down into the low 16s there on ATER. Right now, I think we have some good opportunity coming on up here on BBIG, guys. So right now, BBIG down towards around that 1024. You got ATR trying to get that next little leg up, but it's still not a substantial break of the downtrend. Nothing that's really exciting me right now on ATER. If that would have popped and just went right over like 1750, definitely has some potential back up towards around like 1780 and then 18 bucks there on ATER. So, I mean, if ATER can break 1750, that can definitely bring some hype and attention back over to ATER for a quick little pop, possibly back up towards around like 18. And who knows, maybe it just starts ripping right back up to like 19 bucks. But right now, ATER needs to get a clean break here over like $17.50. So let's see if it can get that quick pop over 1750. I mean, it's fighting for it, but it's not really looking, 100% fantastic. Plus, you got a big seller up there. About 50,000 share seller up there, right around like 1750. So let's see if buyers are strong enough to take that seller out to get this to move up just a little bit higher. Right now, it looks like it may curl back over, guys. It looks like it may curl back over here on ATER. Trying once again. Oh, it got a quick pop over 1750. Let's see if it's actually going to hold above 1750 here. We want to see buyers continue to move on in over 1750. So we want to see buyers continue to move in. There you got 1760 from the buyers now. So buyers are definitely trying to move on in here, guys. Buyers are definitely starting to move on in here to ATER little by little. Yeah, if this starts pushing, same thing, Corey. Stops are right now underneath that double bottom low. Right now, I'm going to try and trail my stop as close as I can. Right, but still, not put my stop too tight to where I can allow it to breathe a little bit to work on out. If we can just get one quick pop to like 18, I think that'd be a great place to lock in a little bit of profit. If we get like one little pop up towards around like 18 bucks, ATER, I do think we could definitely, lock in a couple bucks there. But there's a lot of selling on ATER right there at like 1754. There's a big wall of selling. And right now we can see ATER is kind of struggling a little bit right now. Looking at the 5-minute chart, we still have about 2 minutes and 30 seconds, or 3 minutes and 30 seconds for this 5-minute candle to close. And right now the 5-minute candle looks okay. You got the 5-minute 9 EMA at like 1729, 1728. That'd be a decent level to see, ATER stay above. How's BBIG doing? BBIG right down to like 1024, but that was a pretty nasty candle there. So right now, I still think the best of the best opportunity is on ATER right now. ATER getting a nice, solid, clean break, right? Over that 1750. Boom. Right up to 18 bucks is definitely a realistic target here on ATER. Want to just see some better volume. That's it. I want to see some better volume move into ATER. And right now, we're trying to pop on up. We're trying to move on up, but we just don't really see that volume really helping us out here, guys. Let's see. We still have about 20 seconds to go. We could definitely see that volume start to pour on in, but I want to see some better buying volume as this stock is trying to move on up and break on out. We give it like two more minutes, maybe 2 more minutes. I'm not going to go stop all the way back below 1681. Right now I'm thinking like 1720, 1725. I still want to give it a moment here to see if it can, but I'm not liking the price action right now. I think it's going to pull back pretty hard. Yep, see? Let's see if it's going to hold that 1720 on up. I'm not really digging the price action right now, to be completely honest with you guys. I'm not a huge fan of the price action with ATER. It had the potential to break 1750. It didn't break 1750, and right now it looks like it could continue even lower, to be completely honest with you. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if it cracks 1681. Yeah, it's definitely going to pull back. Definitely going to pull back again down towards around 1681, guys. Right now it's about 10:59 in the market. Here in a minute, we'll dive into a little bit of an afternoon lesson, guys. Right now, just trying to see if ATR is going to try and pop up here and regain the 9 back over 1750, if it's going to continue the drop. And if it looks like it's going to continue the drop, which it kind of does right now, I'm just going to walk away with, a break-even day. But I'm still going to give it a few more seconds to see if it does try to pop back up, because on the 5-minute, it's still holding above its 9 EMA on the 5. So looking to see if that can actually hold on up, and maybe we can move back up over like 1750 here. We got a new 5-minute candle. Let's see if that 5-minute candle is going to pop off that 9 EMA. So I'm looking at the 5-minute off to the side, and I just noticed that, we're trying to hold this 9 EMA, but we also look pretty indecisive right here on that last 5-minute candle. Pretty indecisive. It could definitely curl back over, double bottom, then bounce. It could probably try and pop right here off that 9 EMA. So again, I'm just trying to be patient with it and see which way, ATR is going to try and want to go. But right now, it looks like it's going to get that nice pullback towards around 1681. So the more and more I look at it, the more and more I'm not a fan of ATER. Looking to see if maybe it holds a double bottom or a higher low, but anything underneath these lows, I do walk away from it completely, and I just take a small little loss. But still trying to be patient with it, because I think big picture, I still think ATER at some point today is going to retest 19 bucks. Right? We hit $19, that we hit that high in 1910 once. I do think we'll have another attempt at 19 bucks. It's just when, right? We are coming into lunch. We are coming into the slowest time of the day. So that being said, it may take, quite a while. It may take until the end of the day before we actually see this reset back up to get back up towards around $19 here. Yeah, BBIG's fighting for that 1024, guys. Remember, 1024 support, BBIG, definitely fighting to stay above, but I'm not really a fan of the price action. Not really a fan of what it's looking like. Same thing with like ATER. Not really a big fan of what it looks like right now. ATR is, it tried, but it just couldn't get that break over 1750. And now ATR is looking a little nasty, looking a little weak. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go hard stop because we need to dive into our lesson, guys. We need to dive into our lesson. All right, cool. So right now we got the hard stop. We got BBIG looking a little iffy. ATR looking a little iffy. SDC, and we are diving into lunch, guys. We are diving into lunch. So what I want to talk about today, something that we do every single morning. Every single morning. What do we do, guys? We do pre-market stock selection. That's really what we're doing, is we're identifying what stocks have the best of the best opportunity, right? What stocks should we be focused on? So again, what we do every single morning. You know, I'm doing that from 7 a.m. I'm scanning through every single stock that has news, identifying the good news and the bad news, right? Okay, these stocks have great news. Let's go look at those charts, right? Are the technicals good? Are the technicals holding up? Are the technicals sound? Becoming mindful of what the float is. Is this a stock that could rip and run dollars at a time because it's a low float stock? Or is this a stock that's going to take an hour, 2 hours to get some action to the upside because, say, it's a 100 million in float, right? I'm doing my due diligence, not just identifying why the stock's moving on up, but looking at the volume, right? Looking at the float, looking at, you know, everything to really identify what stocks have the best potential. So we do that every single morning, but I want to walk you guys through what I'm looking for, right? The criteria that really needs to be met for me to really want to watch that stock and put it on my watch list. Because at the end of the day, guys, I was a new trader at one point, right? We've all been new traders. And I can't tell you, as a new trader, how many stocks I would have on my watch list. I would have 20, 30, 40 stocks on my watch list. And this was my screen almost every single day. So if you see my screen, this is what would happen as a new trader. And that's what I would do all freaking day. All day. I would do this. My head's on a swivel. My head's on a swivel. Literally, I'm all over the place. I'm scanning through 20, 30, 40 freaking stocks, guys. And I'm overcomplicating things. I've come to realize that 2 to 3 years into my trading career that I'm just doing too much, right? Why not keep it simple? Why have 30 to 40 stocks to analyze, right? When probably 80% of those stocks are not set up and they're not going to set up. Why even pay them any attention? Why not just focus on a select few stocks that have the best of the best potential? We get familiar with those stocks. We understand how they're moving, right? Is this stock, does it have a lot of false breakouts? Am I noticing a lot of false breakouts? Or is this stock actually breaking resistance and screaming to the upside? Is the stock breaking resistance and pulling back and holding that level of support? I'm getting familiar with the stock, right? I'm learning the stock in a sense for that day, right? The price action, the volume, how it's moving. Are the technicals sound? Is it predictable? Is it unpredictable? Is it an easy stock to trade? Is it a challenging stock to trade? Let's be honest, guys. We come across stocks that are sometimes like really easy to trade. How many times have you just been on a one stock for that day? It was a hot stock. It was moving. That's where your focus was. And it seemed almost too easy to make profits. But also, how many times have you traded a stock and you're like, man, this is not predictable. It's choppy. A lot of false breakouts, right? How many times have you found a stock to be hard and challenging to trade? There's a lot of stocks to this day that are hard and challenging for me to trade, like Tesla. Tesla's on my shit list. Tesla's on my do not trade list because I find Tesla, for me, to be harder to trade. It's more challenging. I don't make consistent profit with Tesla. So why am I going to beat a dead horse and keep trying to trade Tesla when I know that one stock out of 1,000 plus stocks, I'm just not making consistent profit? Why would I sit there and continue to trade when there's thousands of other stocks that may have some good potential that are a little more predictable, a little less challenging? So again, pre-market stock selection is not really just to identify the stocks that have the best opportunity. It's also to keep you focused, to keep your head straight, your eyes fixated. You're focused on a select few stocks. You're learning these stocks. You know how they're moving, right? You understand the price action. You know, you're really just, again, you're learning these stocks. I don't know how the easiest way to break it down. You're becoming the stock. I don't know what you guys want me to say, right? Versus having your head on a swivel, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, looking at 30, 40 stocks. Because here's the other thing you're going to do as well. You're going to be scanning through your stocks. You're going to see one stock moving. You're going to buy it. I did it a lot. Scan, 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 scan. Oh, this one just popped. I'm buying it. I don't know the stock. I didn't do my due diligence, right? I didn't build a trade plan. I just happened to come across a stock that I saw a big green candle and I said, you know what? Looks like it's going to run. So I would buy it and I would lose 90% of the time. So how do we eliminate the noise? How do we make our jobs simple and focus on a select few stocks for the entire day and put our focus there where the opportunity is, making our jobs simple and easier versus trying to overcomplicate it by having 30 stocks on your watch list? Well, that's where it comes down to pre-market stock selection, right? Every single morning when we come into the market, there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of stocks moving, right? Look at our penny stock gainer list right now. There are hundreds of stocks on this list. Look at our breakout scanner, hundreds of stocks, right? In the morning, we have our large cap upgapper list. There's tons of stocks on that list as well. So how do we eliminate the noise? Well, there's usually 3 steps, right? 3 steps that I go through, right? So if you guys want, grab a piece of paper, grab a pen, and go ahead and mark it down as stock selection, right? Pre-market stock selection, identifying what stocks have the best potential for the day, right? And if these stocks meet your criteria to be added to your watch list, those are going to be the stocks that you focus on for that day. You're going to eliminate the noise. You're going to eliminate the distraction. You're going to focus on 3 to 5 stocks, understand how they're moving, if they're predictable or not, if they're setting up good or not, if there's a lot of rug pulls or clean breakouts, and you know coming into that trade, coming into that stock, how it's moving. And you can build a good plan around kind of how it's been moving for the first 30 minutes to an hour. You'll get a great idea of how you need to approach that stock versus coming across a random stock that's on your watch list 30 rows down and not really understanding how it's been moving for the day, right? So again, pre-market stock selection. How to identify stocks that have the best potential. What is worthy of being placed on your watch list in the morning? And it starts with, again, there's 3 things. Number 1, why is the stock moving up? So if you guys want to write that down. Number 1, why is the stock moving up? Why is the stock gapping up in pre-market, right? What's the reason? Why, right? Why is the stock moving on up? Okay? We call that a catalyst, right? Not a catalytic converter, not a car part, a catalyst, right? Basically a reason for the stock to be moving. A catalyst is normally news, right? What's the catalyst? News. But the way I look at it is a catalyst is a reason for the stock to be moving, right? It could be news. It could be a hot stock from the prior week, right? It could be momentum. It could be a daily chart setup, right? What's the reason the stock is moving? And there's going to be 3 reasons. Actually, there's going to be 4 reasons that a stock's moving, right? Reason number 1, the stock has news, right? With penny stocks especially, penny stocks typically don't move unless the company drops a press release, right? A penny stock typically does not move substantially unless there's a press release, okay? So number 1, is there news, right? Is that the catalyst? Is that why the stock's moving in pre-market? Is that why the stock's gapping up? Number 2, right? Is it a former runner? Is it a former mover? Is it a prior day mover, right? Like SPRT, right? Like BBIG, like ATER. These stocks didn't have fresh news. So why are they moving? What's the reason? They're former movers. They're former runners. Traders are already on these stocks. Traders are already looking at these stocks to see if they're going to move again. There's a reason that that stock is moving in pre-market because there are traders focused there because it's ran prior, right? So again, number 2, former movers, prior runners, okay? Number 3, chart setups, chart formations, daily chart setups, guys, right? So whether that's a 13, 50-day moving average squeeze, whether that maybe that's divergence on the daily chart. You see some divergence off of a double bottom. Regardless, is there a daily chart technical setup? Maybe it's a mid-candle breakout formation. Maybe it's a daily bull flag. Maybe it's just a daily setup, right? So again, is there a chart setup? Is there a higher time frame chart formation, right? An hour, 4 hour, right? Daily, a weekly, a monthly. Can you spot a setup on a higher time frame that suggests this is why traders are currently trading this stock. All right. And the fourth reason stocks move up, right? Number one, stocks move up because of news. Stocks move up and gap up because they're former runners. Stocks gap up and move up because of higher time frame technicals. And number four, stocks move up because of pump and dumps, right? Why is the stock up 100%, right? With no reason, right? It could be just a pump and dump. That's the reason the stock's moving up. It's a pump and dump. We want to stay away from pump and dumps. And how do we identify a pump and dump? Going back to the first three things that we just talked about. Is there news? No. Is it a former runner? No. Is there a daily technical setup? No. We can't identify a catalyst. We can't identify a solid reason that the stock is moving on up. So that may be a pump and dump. So we should be cautious with those stocks, right? What's another way that we can identify if the stock has attention, if the stock's credible? Volume, guys, right? So the first reason is why. What's the catalyst? Why is it moving? Number two, what's the volume? So the second thing to look at is the volume. What's the volume? Right off the bat, you can identify a pump and dump. If the stock is up 100% in pre-market and it shot straight up in 5 minutes on 30,000 shares, it's probably safe to say that that could be your typical pump and dump, right? The stock shot up $5, right? 100% gapper on 30,000 shares with no news, no daily setup, definitely meeting the criteria to be a pump and dump, and then looking at volume and saying, wow, that moved up substantially on little to no volume. That could be a trader or a group of traders that just moved into a stock. It could be a pump and dump, right? There are groups that will go out there that will find like no-name stocks, super low flow, and they will all collaborate and say, all right, let's go buy this stock. And so it starts moving on up, hitting high-day momentum scanners, right? Hitting the breakout scanner, moving up on traders' radars. And that causes newer traders to move in and buy the top thinking it's going to be the next big rip. And the traders that, came together and decided, hey, we're going to just try and pump the stock up. Now they're taking profit and the stock dumps, right? Dumping on the uninformed traders, the unexperienced traders, right? So again, we want to identify, is the stock really moving? Is the stock really have attention? And how do we know if the stock has the attention of traders? How do you know that LIFE or ATR really has focus, really has attention? Well, we look at the volume, right? Now, how do we really know it's good volume? So you could come in and say, okay, LIFE has 1 million shares. 1 million shares is a lot, but we really don't know if 1 million shares is a lot for LIFE. It could be, but it could be substantially less. Some stocks trade 10 million shares a day on average. Some stocks trade 1 million shares a day on average. Some stocks trade 15,000 shares a day on average. So the only way to identify, is this substantial attention? Is this a lot of activity? Is this volume really substantial for this stock? How do you identify that? Well, all you have to do, guys, is go to yahoofinance.com. If you guys go to yahoofinance.com, and let's say it's 8 o'clock in the morning and you see a stock moving on up, right? You see MEC moving on up. You're like, MEC. All right, MEC's moving on up, right? MEC right now is trading 500,000 shares. Is that a lot of volume for the stock? So let's go look. The average volume is 83,000. Today it's trading 500,000. So there is a decent amount of volume, right? On average, it normally trades 80,000. Today it's trading 500,000 shares. That's traders. Realistically, that is traders. Traders buying and selling, right? For every share you buy, counts as 1 on the volume. For every share that you sell, counts as 1. So if you see higher than normal volume, that tells you that there's more attention on that stock for that day. So how do you identify if the stock is trading higher than average volume? You simply go to yahoofinance.com, you type in the ticker, and you look at the average volume, and you go back and look at the current volume, right? How many times have you came into the market and you found a stock with good news? The why. Why is the stock up 80%? Wow, it has really good news. All right. Is there a lot of attention behind the stock? And you look and you see, wow, it's trading 2.5 million shares. Wow, that's pretty good. And you go look at the volume the average volume, and it's like 15 million a day. And you're like, oh, well, it has great news. I thought it had great volume, but in reality, it doesn't. It's still trading substantially less volume than it does on any given day. And it's already been live in pre-market for 2 hours on good news. Again, it's not saying don't watch it, don't add it to your watch list. It's just something to be mindful of. We want to find where the rest of traders are at, right? If there's 100 traders in the market, we want to identify where 70% of the traders are, or 80% of the traders are. We want to identify where the majority of traders are at. And how do we identify where the majority of traders are? We identify that based on volume, right? And really identify it as well to help support based on the average volume that it trades. So volume alone helps you identify where the majority of traders are at, okay? And that's those stocks that you want to be focused on. You want to be focused on the stocks where other retail traders are. Because when there's retail traders, and a lot of retail traders on one particular stock, the stock becomes more predictable. What do you mean, Josh? What do you mean it becomes more predictable? Well, it's psychology. It's all psychology at the end of the day. I'm a trader. I know how to draw a trend line. If the majority of traders are on Facebook and they draw a similar trend line, and we know trend lines are support, and we want to buy when the stock comes down to that trend line support, what do? We place buy orders. And when we buy, the stock goes up. So when there's a lot of human, real people, traders, right, on one given stock, the stock becomes a little bit more predictable, right? Because there's other traders looking at similar forms of technical analysis, all planning on buying and selling around the same spots. That's why support bounces beautifully. That's why resistance holds down to the penny sometimes, right? That's why setups play out. I can't say how many times I've been trading a random no volume stock, right? That maybe has some volume. It's moving a little bit, but it's not where every trader is at. And it chops me out, chops me out, chops me out, shakes me out, shakes me out. Why is that? Well, because most of the time, these stocks that are moving without substantial retail volume, most of the volume is market maker volume, right? Most of the volume is market maker volume. And market makers want to manipulate the market the best that they can, right? They'll shake you out. They'll chop the chart up, right? At the end of the day, it's market maker activity. We want to be on the stock where we have so many retail traders that we dominate the market maker volume and the market maker activity. That's when stocks become easy to trade. That's when stocks are predictable. That's when stocks bounce to the penny off support and get rejected to penny off resistance, is when we have a substantial amount of retail traders overpowering the market maker volume on any given stock. Every stock, there's market makers making the market, buying and selling, right? Buying and selling, providing liquidity. The last thing we want to do is be trading a stock where it's being dominated by market maker activity. Why is that? Have you guys ever tried to play chess on a computer? Right? Pull up chess on your computer. Set it to advanced. How often are you going to win? Probably 1 for every 10 times you may win, right? 1 for every 10 times. Why is that? It's pretty hard to beat a computer. At the end of the day, it's pretty hard to beat a computer. But let's say you were playing with your friend at a chess table. You could read the emotions, right? You can kind of, the psychology aspect, kind of think of what they're going to do before they do it. If you're a good chess player, right? You can kind of get in the heads of them thinking what they're going to do. And you can plan your move to get a reaction out of them to where you already know where they're going with it, so you could win, right? Psychology. But if you're playing against a computer, there's no emotions. It's all just pure logic. It's all just pure mathematics at the end of the day. You really don't have an edge. But if you're playing chess with a human being, you have a little bit of an edge. Psychology. Understanding the emotions. Again, you could play your move, anticipating that they play their move to counteract yours, and then that puts you in a better winning position, right? Does that make sense, guys? It's all psychology. So again, why do we want to be on stocks that have 80% of retail traders? Because those are humans. That's psychology. We can apply trading psychology in those particular stocks, right? So again, that's when things become more easy to trade. And at the end of the day, you're not going to, they're going to be more predictable. I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought there for a second. It's going to be a little bit more predictable, and you're going to see the technicals honored more than on a stock that's being dominated by market maker activity. All right, so that's why volume is very, very important. That's why it's important that we identify those select few stocks where everybody else is, like me and you. Where's everybody else at? That's where we want to be as well, guys. Okay, we don't want to be on that stock trading 10,000 shares. That's just market maker activity, just all over the place, right? A whipsaw. We don't want to be. We want to be on a stock that's consistent, that has retail traders, because that's when we can kind of get a leg up. We have a slight advantage because we know how traders react before they react, right? We know, right? At the end of the day, we know what we're doing, all right? So that's one of the biggest reasons why volume is very, very important. So again, number one is, why is the stock moving? Is it news? Is it a former runner? Is there a daily setup, right? Is it a pump and dump? How do we identify pump and dumps? Look at the volume, right? Just look at the volume. Get a good idea if it's a pump and dump. If the stock just shot up $5 on 30,000 shares, that doesn't really tell me that there's a lot of buyers to really push the price up like that. Low liquidity stock, light volume, right? Just a potential pump and dump. It's something to be mindful of. So again, why is the stock moving? All right, why is it moving? All right, number two, compare that volume. What's the volume we're trading compared to the average? And then compare the volume on that stock to other stocks moving in pre-market, right? This stock's trading 50 million shares and it's high relative volume. This stock's trading 5 million shares and it's still high relative volume. So out of those two stocks, which one would you probably want to focus on? The one that's trading 50 million shares, still on high relative volume, because that has more attention than the other stock that's only trading 5 million shares. You can clearly see that based on volume. This stock has 10 times more attention than this one. Yes, they both have news, right? Yes, they both have high relative volume, but this one has more attention because it's trading much higher volume than this one. So maybe I should focus on the one that has the most volume, but still maybe add this one as like a back burner sleeper play, right? It has the news. It has high relative volume. It's a low float stock. Have you heard me say the term back burner sleeper play? A stock that meets our criteria that just doesn't have the volume yet? Why do we do that? It's what's called a shift, right? 80% of traders are on ticker ABC, right? And you have that DEF, back burner sleeper play. The second that ticker ABC starts fading and falling and traders, are panic selling and getting out and there's no longer opportunity, what do? They go to the next stock that has the best opportunity. It's called a shift, right? The majority of buyers shift from one stock to another stock, okay? So again, it's always a good idea to still identify stocks that meet that criteria that could be those back burner sleeper plays, that when these other top stocks start fading, traders go resort to the other stocks that still have good potential. And then you could see those start really moving on up and you're in before everybody else, right? Before the shift really happens, you already know that this is a good candidate to be the next runner if everything else starts fading on off, okay? So that's another thing. That's why we say, okay, this is a back burner sleeper play for the day because it still has potential to get that attention, to get that volume, right? And then last but not least, we want to be mindful of the float, right? As a new trader, I wasn't really mindful of the float. So I would jump in a trade and wonder why it moved 5 to 10 cents in 20 minutes. While this stock over here is freaking ripping $1, $2, $3 at a time. And I'm like, man, 1,000 shares at 10 cents, 1,000 shares at $1. Why is the stock not moving? But this stock's ripping. Be mindful of the float, right? What's the float, guys? The float is the amount of shares that are available for the general public to trade. So people like me and you, it's the amount of shares that are in circulation that we can actually trade. So when there's a lot of demand with little supply, what happens? Big moves up and down. Now, when there's little demand, right? There's little demand and a large supply, what happens? It's just slow and steady. Supply and demand. So when you have low supply, a low float stock with a lot of demand, that's when you see those stocks rip and run. So the lower the float, the better. Under 5 million in float, those stocks could take on off. Big time rips to the upside. But when they sell off and when they pull back, they sell off just as quick, if not quicker, right? Bulls take the stairs up. Bears take the elevator down. So just because the stock could rip $3 to the upside in 5 minutes, you best believe that it could dump $3 in 5 minutes as well. So low float, big time rips, right? Big time drops. Low floats are considered to be a little bit on the riskier side because they're very volatile. They move quick. But if we're good at trading in volatility, we know how to build plans, take the right size, manage our risk. That's why we like low float stocks, because we can nail our entries and make quick cash in and out, boom, quick 50 cents, quick dollar, versus have to sit here for 30 minutes or an hour and wait for that 500 million in float stock to move up 25 cents for you, right? So again, the lower the float, the bigger the spikes. The larger the float, the slower and steadier the stock normally is, okay? So the last thing that we want to do is be mindful of the float, okay? If we have a stock that has high relative volume, right, trading a shit ton of volume, and it's a 200 million in float stock, but we have another stock that has a good press release, trading high relative volume, and it's comparable volume, but it's a lower float, traders, based on psychology, guys, it's all psychology at the end of the day. Traders, right, want low float stocks. So if you have two stocks, ABC, DEF, right, and they both meet the same criteria, news, volume, relative volume, the technicals are sound, right? They both are very similar, but one's a large float stock and one's a low float stock. You might want to put more focus on the low float stock because that's the stock that a majority of traders may go to because they know it can move big, right? So you have two great candidates, but you might put more like 70 to 80% of your focus on the lower float stock because that's what other traders do. It's psychology. We all know that traders want big time moves, quick money, in and out, stocks that can move big. And those are those low float stocks. So we can still differentiate the two and identify, even out of those two stocks that are so similar, which ones still maybe have better potential based on the flow, right? Based on trading psychology, getting in the minds of other traders. What are they thinking, right? And that's really what it comes down to, guys, is that's pre-market stock selection. That's how we eliminate the noise. That's how we take these hundreds of stocks every single morning and eliminate 99% of them, right? When I have more than 10 stocks on my watch list, I don't like it. I think there's just too many stocks on my watch list. What do? I spend the first 5 to 10 minutes eliminating stocks. Literally. Last Thursday, what did I say? Geez, I got 18 stocks on my watch list, but these 18 stocks have potential coming into the start of the day. I said, I'm going to sit back the first 5 to 10 minutes and eliminate 90% of these stocks and identify which ones have the best potential. The first 5, 10 minutes on Thursday, I didn't trade. Come 10:30, I took my first trade, made some good profits, right? Because I identified what stocks were going to have the best potential and what stocks did not. Again, when you have a lot of stocks on your watch list, that's okay. But your goal in the beginning of the day is to eliminate a good majority of those. I started my day with 8 stocks on my watch list. Right now I have 3. BBIG, ATER, SDC. Because I think those stocks have some of the best potential in the market. Now, again, it's been about 30 minutes since I've scanned and looked at any stock. So I don't know what LIFE looks like. I don't know what TENX looks like. I don't know what UROY looks like. Right? I know what ATER looks like. I'm watching it right now. It looks like shit. So again, I may be removing ATER from my watch list and replacing it with, say, TENX because TENX has better opportunity at 11:32 in the market. Things are always changing. Just because you have a stock on your watch list at 9:30 doesn't mean it's going to be on your watch list at 4 o'clock p.m. You may come to realize this stock is not doing anything. This stock sucks. This stock is unpredictable. You know what? I'm not even going to waste my time with it. I'm just going to completely out of sight, out of mind, and remove it from my watch list. And let's say you come across another stock, TNX. Oh, this one has good opportunity. Let's go ahead and add that to my watch list. Now you're watching it. You're seeing how it moves, right? You understand the volume. You know why it's moving. You know the flow, right? Just because we do this in the morning doesn't mean you're not going to do it throughout the day. Anytime you place a new stock on your watch list, you're going to go through that stock selection criteria checklist, and you're going to make sure that it's not a pump and dump. You're going to make sure it has a credible reason to be moving. You're going to make sure that it's trading good volume, because again, volume is attention. It's, activity. Activity equals profits, right? So without volume, you don't have activity. Without activity, you're not going to really identify good opportunity. And when there's no opportunity, it's hard to make profit, guys, right? So again, even throughout the day, you can eliminate stocks from your watch list and replace it with other stocks that may have had news at 10 o'clock. News at 10:30. Maybe it was one of your back burner sleeper plays that you had removed off your watch list at 9:45 because it wasn't doing anything, but at 10:30 it started ripping to the upside. Maybe you can add it back to your watch list, right? But the point of this, guys, the point of this is to get you guys thinking in a professional mindset, to not overcomplicate trading. The point of this is to share with you how I was as a trader 7 years ago and the mistakes that I made as a new trader 7 years ago. And a lot of those mistakes that I made were not being mindful of volume, not really knowing how to identify where the best opportunity was based on everything that we just talked about, right? I had a 55-inch TV on my wall and I would cast fucking 10 extra charts. So I would not only have what's in front of me, but now I'm looking up. I'm like, okay, this is moving, that's moving. Guys, make your job as easy as possible. Stock trading doesn't have to be hard. The only reason stock trading may be hard is because we make it hard. It's very simple at the end of the day, right? Identifying stocks that have opportunity and good potential, it's easy. I'm sure, I guarantee each and every one of you can do what we just did from this lesson. I guarantee each and every one of you, right, knows how to do this based on us doing it repetitively every single morning without fail, right? We can make our jobs easy. And then we sit back and we just chill, be patient, relax, right? You know how to build trade plans. You know how important risk management is to where if you're stopped out, you need to walk away. You know the trade plans to, assess how many size to get. You know chart formations. You know patterns. You know what setups have higher probabilities of working versus not working. So at the end of the day, you know how to trade. You know what to look for. You know how to manage your risk and build trade plans. But you have to wait for that opportunity to present itself. And that's what a lot of traders struggle with, is being able to do this. That's what traders struggle with, guys. To be able to stand up, put their hands on their butt, and sit the F down and chill out. Sit on your hands. Get your finger off the trigger. Sometimes the best trade, guys, is no trade. Tuesday and Wednesday last week, I didn't trade. You guys were crushing it. I didn't like anything. Thursday, Friday, I traded. I hit my goal for the week. You got to be able to stand up, put your hands on your ass, and sit down. Sit on your hands. Be patient. And when you hear the word patient from me, envision patient being spelled with a capital P-A-Y. It pays to be patient. And that's where a lot of traders fail. They do the pre-market stock selection. They identify the stocks with the best opportunity. They know how to build trade plans, right? They know setups. They know risk management. But what they can't do is just be patient, right? They're not thinking quality setup. They're thinking, how many trades am I going to make today? Because the more trades I make, the more money I make. No. I've seen traders take 10 trades a day and make $500. I've seen a trader make one trade and make $1,000. It's not about the quantity. It's about the quality of the setup. Sometimes less is more. Sometimes the best trade is no trade. Sometimes it pays to sit on the sidelines and not trade a shitty setup and take an unnecessary loss. We can make trading as easy as we want. We can make trading as hard as we want. Why do we want to make this hard? Why not make it easy? Come in, identify the stocks that have good opportunity, sit back with a cup of coffee, watching TV, I don't know, studying in the lessons library, watching CNBC. Oh, that's a good setup. Wow. Okay, cool. That's a really nice setup. Build my plan, yada, yada. Okay, blah, blah. Buy. Oh, cool. Profit. 10 minutes, $300. Nice. What's CNBC having to say today? Why can't we just do that? We don't have to be SDC. Okay, that's moving. Okay, I might ATR. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's good. Zoom. How's Zoom? Okay, no, Moderna. Oh, okay, yeah. BID. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, who? Okay, so Apple. If Apple's above 150, I may take some calls. SPY, maybe grab some puts at the same time. AMC, I'm gonna swing this. SDC, I'm gonna invest in it. Oh, I'm gonna day trade it too. Why do that? Why do that? you're gonna just lose every time. You're making your job hard, right? And you're probably stressed out. Like you're gonna be stressed out at the end of the day by doing that. There's no sense in doing that, guys. Come in, sit back, relax, be calm, cool, collective. Once you know how to trade, once you know setups, where stops go on certain setups, where targets are on certain setups, the criteria that needs to be met to make it a great setup, right? You know how to build a trade plan, so you know the right amount of shares to buy, right? So you don't exceed your stop, and you're disciplined, right? To stop out when you're stopped out, and you're disciplined and non-emotional and non-greedy to take profit when you're up. Once you can do those very simple tasks, it seems hard, but they're very simple tasks. You just have to do them with consistency, repetition, each and every day. Once you can do that, the next step is to come in and just be like, what are we looking at today? What's up, Alpha family? Woo! What'd you guys do this weekend? What'd you guys do? Did you guys have fun? Hey, the market's pretty slow right now. Let's talk about real estate. Let's talk about cryptocurrency. Let's talk about Airbnb rental arbitrage. Let's talk. If the market doesn't have opportunity, let's still advance and grow our mindsets each and every day. Let's have some fun. We don't have to be so, I gotta trade. Calm, cool, collective, guys, right? Why do I scan through 50 stocks a day? You're probably sitting there thinking like, Josh, you're telling me not to scan through 50 stocks a day, but you do. Well, I have to. I'm not trading these stocks. I'm scanning through these stocks to make sure that if I identify an opportunity, that I can relay that opportunity to you guys and bring you up to speed so we can all make money together, right? Asking questions. Hey, go look at this. Go look at that. Go look at this. Go look at that. I love what I do, guys. All right? I love what I do. So what I'm saying is, yes, I scan through 50 stocks throughout the day, right? I'm always over the place because, again, I want to make sure that I can identify an opportunity for the team to make profits, right? As most of you know that have been here in chat, what do I care more about than my profits? You guys know this firsthand. You guys see this. What do I care about more than me making money? Which a lot of mentors and a lot of leaders out there, they don't do this. For those of you that have been here for a while, right? Exactly. I care more about my team making profits than me making profits. There have been so many opportunities that I've missed, right? You guys have seen it firsthand. Like, damn, Josh, you called that one. I'm like, yeah, I was going to take it too. Why'd you not take it? Because someone asked a question about AMC, and you guys are my priority. Because what if you were in AMC and you needed my immediate attention to AMC to analyze it to make sure that you don't lose money? You guys are my priority. My bragging right is not how much money I've made in the market. My bragging right at the end of the day is how successful my team is. You know, I got so fired up last Thursday, I added up every single dollar in profits chat last Thursday. Over $25,000 in combined profits. And that wasn't even everybody posting profits. Casey, I'm talking about you. You didn't post profits, but I know you're a profitable buddy, right? So again, that fired me up. The first thing that I did when I walked out of my office, my wife goes, how was your day? Did you trade good? Did you make money? I'm like, I don't even give a fuck. My team made over $25,000 from the stock market today. She goes, what? I'm like, yeah. How much you make? I don't even care. I made like $50, but they made over 25 grand. That hyped me up more than my small $50 small account trade. My focus is on my team. My priority is making sure that you guys are getting the help that you need to be successful, right? That's my priority. That's why I'm here, because I don't have to be here, right? I could literally shut down everything and just trade for 2 hours a day and make 100 grand a year. I've done it, right? I can do it, but I love seeing people become successful. I love being able to guide you in the right direction so you don't make the same dumb mistakes that I made as a beginner trader. So you don't have to lose tens of thousands of dollars in the stock market, right? I want to be able to see that statistic of 95% of traders fail go from 5% of traders fail. And the reason why 95% of traders fail is because there's very few people that really have other traders' best interest at heart. They just look at it as, how many members do I have in my Discord? We got a 10,000 member Discord. We're the biggest. but they don't provide any value. They don't provide any education. Half the members that come in are out the next month because they're losing money, right? That's not what it's about to me, guys. I want the statistic to be 5% of traders fail, 95% succeed. And the only way that statistic is ever going to change if there's more people that really care about others succeeding, right? And that's what it comes down to at the end of the day, guys, is I want to see you guys successful. I'm here for you. I want you to get new education every single day. Walking out of our stream at 4 o'clock every single day saying, I learned something new today that I can apply tomorrow to make me a better person or a better trader. That's what matters most to me, guys. If you call bullshit on it, that's fine. That's cool. You guys that really know me know that that is my intention at the end of the day. I care so much about my team being successful more than my own success in the stock market, more than my profits in the market. I want to see you guys eating every single day and having this freedom that everybody wants. Time with your family, your friends, right? You don't have to call your boss and say, hey, can I go to my daughter's birthday today? No, come to work. You can do whatever you want to do whenever you want to do it. And you enjoy what you're doing. And you can make money doing whatever you want to do in life, enjoying this. And it's easy once we make it easy. The last thing I'm going to leave you with, guys. The only reason trading is hard is because we make it hard. I made it hard for 3 years. What did I do? I back tested a strategy for 2 weeks. I'm going to be the next millionaire day trader. Fund an account, blow it up. It was a bad strategy. On to the next one. Back to the drawing board. Paper trade a strategy for 2 weeks. This is the holy grail. I'm a millionaire. Blew up an account. I did that for 2 to 3 years. What I didn't realize wasn't the strategy, my fucking emotions. I was overcomplicating it. 50 stocks on the wall, right? Trying to trade 5 stocks at a time. I trade everything. It's quantity over quality, right? So at the end of the day, guys, we can make it easy. And the reason that we do what we do here inside of chat is to make trading easy. Really dumbing everything down to where my daughter can understand what we're talking about. To make it easy, to focus on what you need to focus on and why we're focusing on and what we're focusing on and why we do what we do, keeping it as simple as possible so we can come in, spend a couple hours in the market, lock in some great profits, and then call it a day and enjoy life. All right, guys? Again, Pancake Shark coming in this morning. $2,000. I'm sorry. Yeah, $2,800. He's out of here now. He's not even here now. Right? He comes in, makes it easy, attacks, and then he leaves. Right? Some of you guys do the same thing. I'm up $1,000 on the day. I'm up $500 on the day. That's my goal. See you guys. I'm going to go golf. That's what this is all about. It's not just about the millions of dollars that you could potentially make because the sky's the limit. There is no limit on how much you can make for the market. 99% of us do this is because we want freedom. More time with our family. We want to be our own boss. We want to be able to enjoy what we do. Work less, make more. So at the end of the day, guys, don't overcomplicate your trading. Keep it as simple as possible. And how do we keep it as simple as possible? By tuning in as much as you can and listening to what we do. Not just the lessons, like this 43-minute long lesson, followed by a 10-minute rant, but also, just being involved, asking questions, listening to what we do, how we do things, how simple we keep it, and picking up on those things and applying those things to really just be a consistent, profitable, successful trader, guys. Okay, so I'm done with my rant. I apologize. We went from a 35-minute lesson to a 10-minute rant. Hey, every now and then your boy's got to get his rant in, all right? But do we have any questions, comments, or concerns about pre-market stock selection and why we do this without fail every single day? So right now, let's finish with a Q&A session. Right? Let's finish our morning stream or morning commentary with a Q&A session. So right now, floor's open. Any questions? It doesn't have to be related to the lesson. It could be any question that you have whatsoever. I would like for this to be questions, not go look at this stock. What's the setup? Something that's going to benefit you. Right? Yeah, the setup may benefit you because you may buy it and make money. but something that's really going to benefit you. Hey, Josh, how do you build your trade plans? Hey, Josh, what's an EMA compared to an SMA? What's the difference, right? Something that's really going to generate you more education today. I want you to walk away with something new today. I want you to be able to walk away saying, I learned something new today. Joshua, what's a good time to start looking? So a good time to start scanning for stocks in the morning, is that your question? What's a good time to actually start doing your pre-market stock selection? So I'm in here at 7 o'clock in the morning. A majority of press releases hit at 7, 7:30, 8, 8:30, and 9. So I've noticed that a majority of press releases start coming at 7 a.m., right? Even more at 8 and 8:30. Me personally, if I was trading by myself, I would probably come into the market right around 8 o'clock. But since I'm here with the team, right, and some of you guys are up early, ready to go, and you like pre-market trading, I'm here at 7 a.m. And you do get a lot done from 7 to 8. There's a lot of stocks already on my watch list that I've identified from 7 to 8. But if it was just me, I would come into the market probably 8, 8:30, and then start preparing for the opening bell. But, I wouldn't say any earlier than 7. 6 o'clock, from 7 o'clock, there's not a lot of liquidity anyway. And why is that? Why is there not a lot of stocks moving from 6 to 7? Well, a lot of your brokers are still closed. E-Trade, TD Ameritrade, Schwab, they open up at 7 o'clock, right? There's some brokers that open up at 3 a.m., 4 a.m., but for the most part, a majority of the volume moves in at 7 and 8. So if you want to be here when there's a majority of volume, because that's where traders are, remember, come in around 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock at the latest, and that's a great time to go ahead and start preparing for the day and gives you ample amount of time to dissect everything and to get prepared. So you look at the float, the news, the relative volume, the higher time frame for technicals, gap up from previous close. Did you miss anything? No, you didn't. But it goes in order. So I know you probably typed it out, but it's in order. So the first thing I look for is news, right? News, right? What's the catalyst? The Y factor. Why, right? Why? The news. Then I go look at the volume, right? Then I go look at the flow, and then I go doing my technical analysis. Yep, but you hit it right on the head. Having problems finding good stocks on FinViz. What do you look at for searching for stocks, or do you use scanners? So, Kit's King. I use Trade Ideas scanners. All right. So I actually use Trade Ideas scanners. We stream them live from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. To where you have all of the best information in front of you inside a chat at 7 a.m. and all of the best information in front of you until 7 p.m. Now, FinViz is a good screener, but you have to identify what you're screening for, right? There's a million different things you could screen for on FinViz, right? What are you screening for? Swing trade setups, overbought setups to short, oversold to go long, right? What are you screening for? And then that will at least dissect and eliminate a lot of the noise and filter it based on what you're looking for. And then what I do, Kit's King, is I'll filter the volume from high to low. So once I gone from 100 pages to 5 pages, stock's oversold, it's above the 20 EMA, it's below the 50. I'll then filter from volume of high to low, and I'll start with the highest volume first and work my way down, which eliminates all those 1,000 shares traded, 5,000 shares traded, 10,000. I would go from highest volume to lowest volume. Where is the best place to find news? TikTok Mom. So the best free place to find news is going to be your news streamer through one of your applications. So TD Ameritrade, news streamer. Webull, news streamer, right? Yahoo Finance, right? You could definitely go to Yahoo Finance and screen for news. We use a paid scanner for news. It's called Scans, S-C-A-N-Z, formerly known as Equity Feeds. And the really nice thing about that is it's real-time news. We get it before anybody else, number one, before it really hits TD Ameritrade. Normally, we're getting that news first. And I can actually filter by keywords. I can filter by float. I can filter by volume as well. So it's real-time news that I can actually filter as it's coming in to only display really what's important to me. True 99. People tell me that crypto at 4 a.m. Oh, that's the best time for crypto? Is that because I think that's because the Asian market is trading crypto at 3 or 4 a.m. So normally if I'm not mistaken, right, 3 to 4 a.m. for crypto is the sweet spot because that's when the Asian market wakes up and that's some of the most volume for crypto. Yep. So again, it depends. So like if you're trading penny stocks, come in at 7 a.m. There's going to be a lot of great opportunity in the morning, right? If you're trading options, your ass doesn't have to be here until 9:30. Let's be honest. You don't have to be here until 9:30 because if you're trading options, you probably have an options watch list of 30 stocks that you're watching anyway. You come in at 9 o'clock, you identify 3 stocks out of the 30, and you're probably going to wait 10 to 15 minutes to take on an options trade anyway. So if you're trading options, you probably don't have to be here at 7 o'clock in the morning because you're not doing shit for 2 hours, right? If you're trading futures, you probably want to be in the market at 6, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock in the morning for futures. Trading Forex, I don't know. I don't trade Forex. So, but yeah, the different markets and your style of trading really determines what times that you're more actively in the market. But as day traders that trade, 60 to 80% equities, right? We're in here at 7 o'clock a.m. So I think we're going to change, guys. We're done trading equities, right? We're done day trading penny stocks. We're an options trading community, right? We will be live at 9 o'clock every single morning. All right, good stuff. And we're done now, so see you guys. That'd be shitty. Wow, Josh really said we're done trading equities. We're trading options so he could show up 2 hours late. He's the real deal. No, I'm kidding. Cornelius, what's a good site, app, or whatever where I can read a good chart? Free tool. Go to tradingview.com. Tradingview.com is going to be the best free tool for great charting. Do I know much about Canadian apps for the market? If I'm not mistaken, you have Trade Zero and Quest Trade. So Trade Zero and Quest Trade are 2 popular brokers for Canadians, for Canadian citizens. Landon, should margin be used to leverage PDT for smaller account or build the account slowly? I would say a cash account, building it slowly. I don't use margin, guys. I don't use margin. Why? Let's put this in perspective. All right, let's say you have a $25,000 account and you're risking 10% on the trade. Or let's say you see a trade on your account and you're going to risk 10%. That's $2,500. But let's say you get a little cocky and a little greedy. You're still risking that 10%, but now you're using your 4-to-1 leverage. You're now losing 40% of your account. It's still 10% on the trade, right? But when you're using 4x leverage, you're now risking 4 times your account, which is a big no-no. I don't like leverage, guys. The only time that I use margin is if I'm trading equities on a large stock. AMD, right? Apple, Moderna, right? That's the only time that I'm using leverage and margin, right? But on penny stocks, there's never a time you need to dump 100 grand into a penny stock, 50 grand into a penny stock. Let's be real. I trade 2,000 shares. 2,000 shares of a $10 stock is what? 20 grand, right? 20 grand. That's perfect. 2,000 shares on the $10 stock, it moves 50 cents, you make $1,000. It's perfect, right? You're not really putting 50, 60, 80 grand into penny stocks, right? I mean, I don't, and I still make consistent profits in the market. So again, I don't like leverage. I think leverage is bad for new traders. I think new traders need to learn to trade and establish that discipline on a cash account first before they even consider using leverage. So should margin be used to leverage the PDT? I don't suggest it. I suggest going with a cash account and managing your cash account the right way to where you can trade every single day and you're focused on consistent base hits, getting on base, seeing consistent results, consistent profits, and then grow from there. That's what I would recommend, is cash accounts are going to be the best way for new traders. Or a margin account with no leverage. Or a margin account with no leverage, because now you're restricted to the PDT rule at 3 trades a week, so you're going to be extra cautious and extra disciplined to only trade the best of the best setups. Warren Buffett says if you're good, you don't need margin, and if you're dumb, you shouldn't use it. Well, I don't think I'm dumb, right? But I still don't use it. I don't think you need margin, guys. I really don't. You don't need leverage. You don't need margin. The first time a trade goes against you, one of those unforeseen variables in the market, SESN is a prime example. SESN. This is a prime example. That stock was halted that day right around $6. So let's say you had a $6,000 account, right? Technically speaking, on a $6,000 account, you could have bought 1,000 shares at $6. So let's say you had a $6,000 account and you put your entire account into this trade. It gapped down at 70 cents. Let's say you panicked and you got out. So you just lost $5,300. You blew up your account. But let's say you have leverage. So, all right, they're giving me 2 to 1. So now I'm taking a $12,000 position, right? I can get 2,000 shares. So now that stock goes down to 70 cents. Guess what? You're now in debt to your broker. You now owe your broker $5,700 for a margin call, and you're in debt to your broker now. All because you used the leverage and you got fucked in one of those just crazy stocks that did something really odd. It was an unforeseen variable. You could not predict that. That's why leverage is bad. You could have lost your own money and blew up your account. But with leverage, you lost all your money and now you have to come up with another 5-6 grand to pay off your broker because of the margin debt that you're in. That's why margin, I don't use it, guys. Especially with penny stocks, right? Penny stocks are already known to be risky, but we can trade them consistently and profitably, right? We can do that, 100%. 100%. But there's so many crazy things that can happen with penny stocks. I am not going to put myself in a position to be in debt to my broker, right? But on larger cap stocks, what are the odds that the stock gets halted? What's the odds that Apple gets halted? What are the odds that Apple gets halted at $300 and gaps down to 70? What are those odds? Let's be real. Is that something that's probably going to happen? Apple getting halted at $300 and gapping down to $50, like SESN from 6 to 70 cents, right? Do you think that's going to happen with Apple? Probably not, guys. Probably not. Is it going to happen with a penny stock? It definitely could. We've seen it a lot, right? We see it a lot. So again, the only time that I'm really using leverage is when I'm trading like a blue chip. Apple, the SPY, right? Zoom, Moderna, anything like that. I'll use leverage and margin then because I know that I'm in a little bit of a safer stock, right? A little bit of a least risky stock that's not going to do something like that. So that's my approach, okay? Joshua, I use Webull. Is that okay to use, or am I cutting myself short because there is a better trading platform? So as a brand new trader, Josh, as a brand new trader, Webull and TD Ameritrade are your go-tos. Those are your go-tos, right? Free commissions and fees. You're not trading 1,000 share positions. The slippage isn't going to make that big of an impact in your account. There is slippage with TD Ameritrade and Webull. They do payment for order flow. Right? So you're never getting the best fills. But let's say you have a $50,000 account and you're a fucking badass trader. Excuse my language. You crush it. And you want to start doing quick in and outs. 2,000 shares in and out. 2,000 shares in and out. You're not going to want to do that with TD Ameritrade. You're going to want to go ahead and go with a premium broker such as Lightspeed or Centerpoint Securities. Right? But once you get to that point, you're okay with using TD. You're okay with using Webull. Once you get to that point where you're actively trading, you need a professional day trading broker. YouTube. Santo, no slippage with limit orders. But here's the thing with limit orders, guys, is they could be skipped. They could be tripped. Let's say you put a limit order in at $1 and the stock's price is so fast and that stock is so volatile. It goes from $1.05 right down to 95 cents. By time the stock goes through $1, your limit order is converted, right? You didn't get filled. You got tripped. Ah, man. Now it's not even going back up. It's at 90 cents, 85, 80. Ah, my limit didn't get filled. So yes, you don't have slippage with limit orders, but you do take the risk of not getting filled, especially if the stock's volatile. So limit orders, right? With larger cap stocks, you're good to go, right? 90% of the time, you're going to get filled on Apple or the SPY, right? But on a penny stock, very volatile stocks, I've had limit orders in the system that, went right past it. I never got filled. I took a bigger loss. So I'd rather have a market order and just go ahead and deal with the slippage because I know that, the slippage, right, is still going to make me come out better than possibly getting my limit orders tripped and skipped. So Gonzo, you need a call? So you need to call TD Ameritrade, say, hey, convert my margin account to a cash account. And it'll take a couple days, but then you'll be converted to a cash account. Do the brokers have people who break kneecaps? Maybe some of them. Maybe a sketchy broker. TD Ameritrade, they just have collection agencies. They break your kneecaps. Honestly, they break your balls, Gonzo. If you think about it, they're breaking your balls, not your kneecaps. Right here, Junior, I just started getting into trading. Where's the best place to learn chart analysis? Right here inside of chat. Right here in the live streams. Every single day. Especially in the morning when we break down these stocks and we dive into the technicals and we do our midday lessons. This is the best place to learn great technical analysis. Frank, can I teach options? Absolutely, and I already have. We have a 2.5 hour long course. It's the ultimate options course that we give away for free. So it's 2.5 hours long. It's great stuff. If you want that, you can actually go to the link in my bio on TikTok, or you go to alphadaytrading.com, scroll down the homepage. You'll actually see a button that says Get My Ultimate Options Course. Go ahead and sign up. It's absolutely free. I'll send it to your email, and that's a great starting point to get involved with options. That's a great place to get involved with options. It's going to teach you the basics, just the bare bone basics about options to give you a great foundation to grow upon, Frank. Exactly. If you don't get that margin call, you might just get that kneecapped. Yeah. 100%. 100%. So guys, good Q&A session. Really, really good questions. I appreciate it. That was a great session for about 20 minutes or so. We absolutely rocked our lesson today. I mean, I was happy with the lesson. I thought it was a great lesson. I hope you guys were able to find some value and pick up some new things from that lesson today. So, if you guys loved the lesson, go ahead and say, I absolutely loved it. Great lesson. If you hated it, tell me. I'm dead serious. Josh, that lesson was terrible. Get your shit together for tomorrow. You go ahead and tell me, guys. I just won't show up tomorrow. I'm not showing up. But guys, good job, good work. As you guys can see, I'm actually down quite a bit on my small account today. I'm down $500, guys. No, I'm kidding. I'm not. I'm down 120 bucks. I took ATR too long. I had the opportunity to get out. I made a mistake. All right, I made a mistake. And here's the beautiful thing about me. I'm fully transparent, guys. I have nothing to hide, right? I made a mistake on ATER. I did. I didn't cut my loss when I say I was going to cut my loss. I put a hard stop in lower, and I got stopped out just to watch the stock move back up and turn into a profitable trade. So I just made a bad mistake, right? I was in the trade. I liked it. It bounced. I saw the weakness. It cracked below the 5-minute 9 EMA underneath that 1681. I could have stopped out at a $30 stop. I took a $100 stop, guys. $120 stop because I was up 22 bucks, right? I was up 22 bucks. I took a $140 stop because I just did not manage my trade right. Does that make me a bad trader? No, it doesn't make me a bad trader. It makes me human. I made a mistake. It happens, right? It happens. We make mistakes, right? It doesn't make me a bad trader because I know I'm going to rebound from this week. I'm still going to be profitable at the end of the month like I have been for the past 3 years, right? So the beautiful thing is I can realize that I'm a human. I make mistakes. I'm not mad. I'm not frustrated. All right, this is a reality check. This is a wake-up call. This is a slap in the face saying, Josh, you went against your trade plan. This is what happens when you go against your trade plan. So if you keep doing this, you're going to keep taking losses. Do you want to keep taking losses, Josh? Josh says, no. No voice in my head. I don't want to take losses. Okay, Josh, we'll take this as a learning lesson, right? Every now and then, you have these learning lessons. Take this as a learning lesson and recover from it, and don't make the same bad decisions that you made today on ATER. Learn from this mistake, Josh, because if you continue to make the same mistake, you're going to lose your ass in the market. So go ahead and just bounce back and don't make this mistake again. It's a reality check. I take it as a positive, right? I'm happy that I took a loss because I've been on a great winning streak for weeks. The market humbled me today, right? With a small loss. The market was able to humble me and put me back in the right mindset that I'm not invincible. I can't be right 100% of the time. Just because I had a 3-week green streak doesn't mean I'm going to have another green streak coming on up. Maybe I start going on a red streak. It happens. But the market is going to humble you so fast if you make bad decisions consistently. So what do I do in situations like this? I just realize that I am a human and I do make mistakes. Humans make mistakes, right? And it's going to happen. But I can't get frustrated. I can't get upset. I have to just say, you know what? I made a mistake. And I got to learn from my mistake, right? I just got to learn from my mistake, guys. At the end of the day, I mean, literally, stock trading is just a game of limiting mistakes and taking every single loss as a lesson. I don't put myself down when I take a loss. You guys shouldn't put yourself down either when you take a loss. So how do you recover from that loss? You use that energy. Maybe it's negative energy, but you try and take that negative energy and turn it into positive energy to motivate yourself, to learn from your mistake, to just get back into the game, right? Stock trading is just a game of limiting your mistakes. And when you take a loss, taking it as a learning lesson to prevent yourself from making that mistake again. We're good to take losses, but the successful traders know how to learn lessons from their losses and learn lessons from their mistakes. The unsuccessful traders, they get emotional, they get frustrated, they overtrade, they lose more money just to come back and do it again and to repeat that cycle each and every day. Don't be an unsuccessful trader. Be a successful trader. And what do? They take a loss, they take a step back. I'm done trading for the day. Let's go ahead and review the trade. Where did I go wrong? Let's go ahead and log the trade. Let's learn from the mistake. And let's bounce back even stronger tomorrow, because guess what? Tomorrow is a brand new day full of brand new opportunities and brand new profits. Can't tell you how many times I've been down $3,000 one day and I come back and make 5 the next day. As a new trader, I was down. I'd come back the next day. I was down again because I was emotional. I had to make the money back. Oh, I got to find that opportunity. I got to make it back. No, guys, no. Brand new day, brand new opportunity, brand new profits. Let today go. Let today go. I'm down $125. That's fine. Because guess what? At the end of the week, I guarantee you guys, I'm profitable. I guarantee I'm profitable at the end of the week. Guarantee it. So I'm going to let it go. I learned from it. What did I do? I just simply didn't manage my trade the way I said I was going to. Point blank, period. I said I had a stop. I didn't honor my stop. Day one mistake. I've been in the market for 7 years. Day one mistake, not cutting my loss when I said I'd cut it. I don't make that mistake a lot, right? I really don't make that mistake there a lot. The mistake that I make more consistently is over leveraging, is taking on too much size. That's one of the mistakes that I make, right? Consistently. And I'm going to be honest with you. I'm transparent. I'm human. I make mistakes. And one of my biggest faults as a trader, one of my biggest mistakes is I over leverage. I over position in my trades. But not cutting stops, that rarely happens. And so I'm not really disappointed because I know that that was just silly, Josh. That never happens. What were you doing? Come on, buddy. Come on, man. You know what you're doing. You know better than that. So I already know moving forward, it's not going to happen again, right? Landon, so how do you recover psychologically after blowing up your account? You know, I've blown up many accounts. And to be honest with you guys, if it wasn't for my wife telling me to not give up and be a, the P word, then I would never be successful. If I gave up and I quit, I'm never going to see success. So how did I recover from it psychologically, Landon? I said, if this person can do it, if that person can do it, if she can do it, if he can do it, and they can make consistent profits in the market, so can I. I just need to identify where I'm screwing up and put more focus in those areas. If you're good at reading the chart, you don't need to get better at reading the chart. If you're good at identifying setups, you don't really need to study up on setups. But if you're losing money because you're just not managing your risk, you need to focus more on building trade plans, right? And putting hard stops in the system and scaling back until you're consistent. So how do you recover from it psychologically, right? Well, just looking at other successful traders in the market and the fact that they can do it, I can fucking do it too. And that was my mindset. If he can do it, if she can do it, so can I. The only time that I fail is when I quit. If I don't quit, I'm never going to fail, right? If I just keep trying, I'm going to be successful. But you only fail when you quit. So how do you recover from it? By not quitting, by realizing that it does take time to learn this. But if Josh can do it, if Trader Girl Beth can do it, if Casey can do it, if K Glow can do it, if Pancake Shark can do it, so can you. So use the successful traders in chat as motivation of they can do it, so can I. So can I. And ask us for help. Let us know where you're struggling. If you don't speak up, you won't get the help you need. Like, hey, Josh, I really suck at building trade plans. Well, guess what, Landon? We're going to do a trade plan lesson tomorrow. That's how I am. So that's how you recover from it psychologically, is focusing on where you're making the most mistakes and focusing on how to bounce back from those mistakes and not make them so often and get back into the game and keep trying, and you will be successful. I missed a question. Any books you recommend? I've read 10 so far last month. I'm in the process of rereading them. Kit's King. Books. Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas. Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas. Trading related book. Absolutely a game changer. Number 2, The Compound Effect by Darren Hardy. That has nothing to do with stocks, but it's all about consistency. Applying consistency in your life. If you can do that, drinking a gallon of water a day, working out 2 times a week, eating healthy foods, being on a meal plan, right? If you can be consistent with small things in your life, that consistency is going to bleed in to your trading. So The Compound Effect by Darren Hardy, really just working and focusing on becoming consistent with the smallest things in your life, and that's going to help with your trading. So TikTok Mom, what would you have done differently on ATER? Well, once I noticed the rejection at 1750 and I noticed we closed back below the 9 EMA on the 1 minute chart after we had just regained it on heavy selling volume, I should have cut my loss right there. Even if I didn't cut my loss right there, I should have cut my loss right here. But what did I do? I continued to hold the stupid trade, hoping it would bounce back up. And that's really what happened. I was like, I think it's going to bounce. I think it's going to bounce. And it never bounced. It never moved back up. I took a big loss. So what should I have done differently? Is number 1, when I realized we had a lot of resistance, I should have not have been greedy, and I should have cut my loss for a small $10 profit and had 40 bucks on the day. Number 2, I didn't take profit and I saw the rejection there, right? I should have went ahead and just cut my loss and walked away. So what should I have done different on ATR? Was simply just cut my loss. Exactly. Trader Girl Buff hit that on the head. It is frustrating when we take losses because, I'm a perfectionist too. I don't want to lose, but it's a part of the game, right? But, when I'm on the wrong side of the trade, it's all about cutting your losses quick. And that's what I didn't do on ATR. I didn't cut my losses quick. I was a little greedy on that one. And it happens, right? It happens, guys. I'm not perfect. But I'm consistent, right? I make mistakes, but I don't make a lot of mistakes. And I'm consistently profitable at the end of the day. So, at the end of the day, guys, it's all about that consistency. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to do stupid things in the market. It happens, right? And if anybody says, I don't do anything stupid in the market, they're full of shit. Let's just be honest. They're full of shit. I don't lose. I don't make mistakes. All right, well, I don't really think you're a day trader. I don't really think you're a trader because let's be honest, we all make mistakes. We all jump the gun. We all, go against our trade plan at some point. But the successful traders are able to take that as a positive and learn from it and bounce back immediately the following day. Brad, can I get you to hit the drop down on your chart in TD so I can get your time frame setups? Yep. So right there, those are my time frame setups. Ed, in my journal, all of my biggest losses were simply not cutting them quick enough. Back hold and watch it drop more. So in my journal as a new trader, my biggest issue was, again, not cutting the losses quick and not letting the winners run. So I would have a hard time with cutting my losses, not quick enough and letting them turn into bigger losses. And when I was green, I would take my profits way too quick and I was always losing money. So you have to be quick to cut your loss if you're on the wrong side of the trade so you don't stay on the wrong side of the trade. And when you're on a good trade and it's working, you have to manage it the best of your ability to stay in that trade as long as possible, right? So be quick to cut your losses and be patient to let your winners actually continue to move in your direction. Absolutely, Brad. So right now, guys, it is 12:20. We've been rocking and rolling since 9 o'clock. A little bit later than we normally do, around 12 o'clock. I got to hit the gym, guys. I got to get some food. And we're going to come back here around 2:15 to 2:30 and kick off our Power Hour commentary session, baby. And see if we have any opportunity to maybe make some of these losses back. For me, anyway. Maybe make a small loss back. If not, I'll wrap up my day with a small little loss. And I am happy. Because at the end of the day, it's a manageable loss. It's nothing I can't come back from. And this is my week of scaling too, guys, just so you know. This is my week of scaling. So last week, there were $30 losses with $60 to $70 profit targets. And I hit my goal consistently. I'm doubling up this week, right? So I'm doubling up. Or I'm scaling my size from 50 shares or $2,000 investment to about $3,000 to $4,000 a trade, right? And that's what I had on ATR. Actually, I only had about a $1,500 position on ATR. But that being said, I am in the next week of me scaling into larger size. And with larger size comes bigger profits. And with bigger profits come bigger losses, right? So it's still within my threshold of what I could risk. But this is a week of me scaling and taking on bigger size. And week after week after week, I'm going to be scaling little by little by little until the end of the year, until I get back into my 2,000-3,000 share sizing. So come 2022, I can hit my $250,000 a year goal. Absolutely. Frank, Santo, Ron, Sean, 100%. Absolutely, guys. I'm glad that you appreciated the lesson, that you liked the lesson, that you were able to take some value away from it, and then a little bit of a rant, and then really diving into my trade, a little bit of a recap. Like, where did I go wrong? What could I have done different, right? That we're not perfect, that we do make mistakes, guys, but as long as we keep those losses small and stick to our plans, we will be profitable at the end of the day. We just have to stay in a good mindset, guys. It's all about the mindset that we're in. Right now, if I was frustrated, I would probably be picking up ATR right now. If I was mad that I just took a loss, I'd be like, fuck it, ATR, possible double bottom. I'm just going to YOLO. I'm just going to go in. Hopefully it goes to 19. That's what I used to do as a new trader. Hopefully it goes to 19. And I don't have any plan on where I'm stopping out and I take too much size to recover a loss. Right now, I'm not frustrated. I'm not angry. I'm happy. I'm happy that I got humbled right now. I'm happy that I took a loss. Because that's a realization. I tell you what, guys, when I go on streaks, I do get cocky. I do get overly confident. I do. I'm human. It's an emotion. I get excited. I get confident. My ego gets in the way. I love taking losses. I love making bad decisions because it humbles me. It puts me back in a good mindset. It makes me realize that I'm not invincible, that the market can wipe me out tomorrow if it wants to, but if I stay in the right mindset, I can stay in the game forever and never let the market wipe me out. So I like losses. They humble me. They put me back in a great mindset, and I take my losses as positives, guys. And that's what you guys have to do as well. Take a loss and turn it into a positive situation and how it's going to help you tomorrow, next week, and next month. All right, team. So it's official. 12:23. We're jumping off the mic, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to hit the gym. I'm going to grab some food and get ready to be back here right around 2:15 to 2:30 as we kick off Power Hour commentary on this beautiful, beautiful Money Monday. If you guys have any final questions, comments, concerns, please let me know. If not, I'm jumping off the mic and you guys know how to end it. Someone go ahead and hit me with it. Give me that countdown, baby. And let's go ahead and end it on a motivational, powerful, energetic note, baby. Someone hit me with it. Who's going to do it? Who's going to do it? I think it's Casey. I think it's Casey. If Casey's still here. Or it's Beth. I guarantee it's Casey or Beth. Ah, it was Corey. I was fucked. I was wrong. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and end it in 3, in 2, in 1. Woo! That's what I'm talking about, baby. You guys motivate me. You guys fire me up every single day. I love working with each and every one of you. You guys are amazing. Keep crushing it and rocking and rolling. I will see you guys back here right around 2:15 to 2:30 as we end our day, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you guys back here very, very soon. What's going? Oh my gosh, I probably scared the crap out of everybody. I gotta start rolling that intro before I start jumping on the mic. What's up? What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? And welcome back to some unfortunate late Power Hour trading. I got a little tied up, guys. My apologies, but we are back. And we are ready to rock to see what we have in store into today, guys. So I've been completely out of the office for about the last 3 hours, so I do not even know. Yeah, note to self, turn the volume down, middle of the day, so in case Josh comes back, he doesn't throw me out of my chair and I don't pee my pants. So yes, that would be a great idea. So let's go ahead and scan through our gainers. All right, so ATER, not too shabby, starting to get a nice big U-shaped formation to it, back up into the highs of $19.10. So again, nice slow steady grind on the 5-minute, really grinding that 9 EMA since it regained it. What is that, about an hour-ish ago? So, you know, ATER definitely still trying to get some action towards it here in today. Definitely worth watching to see if we can continue to get these nice higher lows little by little by little and get that nice pop up towards around 19 bucks. I wouldn't really expect to see it break 19 on the second attempt, but if it did, I would figure it would get rejected right around that 200-day moving average, right? And that 200-day moving average right now is around $19.58. So even if it breaks 19, I think we may have like another 50 cents out of it before you start to see a lot of sellers moving on in, as that's like the main target for ATER, guys. So with that being said, we're definitely watching ATER continue this slight uptrend above the 9 EMA. We could see it slowly grind all the way back up to 19, possibly hitting $19.50. Then we have LIFE. LIFE right now trying to get some support off that prior high of around $8. So if we bring support up off those lows, bring it up to that prior level of resistance, we can see here that it's really grinding that pretty much $8 level of support. We hit it once, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, like so many times. It's really fighting to hold that level on up. So curious to see if we get that bounce back up. It's in a little bit of a channel right now over on LIFE. Top channel resistance at 1846. Bottom channel support right at 8. We can continue the bang between support and resistance and a little bit of this channel in today. And then the other thing I notice as well is we're right off of that uptrend, aren't we? So we do have a pretty decent little uptrend here over on LIFE. We are inside of a channel with that nice bottom support. I'm going to take a trade on LIFE, guys. I think it's a good setup. I think it's a decent little setup. I found, you know, as we were analyzing this, like 3 separate reasons to jump in, right? So I see the solid support off prior resistance. We are right at the trend line as well. We do have room back up to 850. My stops are going to be underneath that level of support. Just looking to see if this continues its nice, slow, steady uptrend coming into the end of the day. So I liked LIFE as we were talking about it. I went ahead and jumped in with about 100 shares, guys, to see if I can make a couple bucks here into the day and dig myself out of a little bit of a hole. So we'll see how LIFE does, guys. So I'm going to throw LIFE off to the side real quick so I can still monitor that one. And right now, we're just looking for this stock to get back up towards the top end of that channel and ideally break the top end of the channel and get a nice little pop up towards around 875 to $9 here on LIFE. I would say 875, just that natural level, that psychological level for penny stocks. You know, 875 just seems to be a pretty strong level of resistance. Obviously $9, but really looking at the chart, I mean, we could definitely see it up in the 950s on LIFE if we ever break over 9. So let's see if we get some action here coming into the end of the day on LIFE. MTNB. How's that one doing today? MTNB. Really just sideways over $1. LPTX was another gainer this morning. This one's trying to get a break over the open, guys. LPTX is trying to get a break over the open. We opened at 187. We attempted here over lunch, couldn't break. Right now it's going for it again. But that's also the 200 SMA. That's also the 200-day moving average, right around 190. We've been rejected quite a few times. So if it does break and hold the 200 SMA, you could definitely see this up towards around $2 next. And then potentially retesting those highs from pre-market at 238. They're on LPTX. So I would watch LPTX above 190, right? Intraday breaking and holding $1.90. On LPTX, we can definitely see the break over 2 for the run up to 238 there. So definitely I think it's worth watching LPTX to see if it can break and regain that 200 SMA. UROY was another mover, and it literally has done absolutely nothing since it hit those highs of 466. MEC is another gainer that we have up there. Literally no volume. IVC, another stock that got some attention towards it. Right now, it's just kind of sitting sideways. So I would say coming into the end of the day, guys, I would be watching ATER. So let me throw AEHR up because AEHR has some opportunity. So I would be watching ATER end of the day. That slow, steady grind back up towards around 19 bucks, possibly popping up towards around 1950, 1958, testing that 200 SMA. SDC has just been choppy for the pretty much all of lunch. It's not really done anything. It's just kind of bounced around a 30-cent window at most, 20, 25-cent window, just up and down, up and down. SDC doesn't really look like it has all that opportunity. LIFE doesn't look bad. I like LIFE. That's why I grabbed a trade on it. Again, off the trend line, the third point, off the prior high, new support. Looking to see if we can continue to get some action to the upside here over on LIFE. And then, AEHR above $11.50. That's a level of support. If we see this come back down and bounce off that level of support, we could see a nice little, double bottom reversal here on AEHR. So again, coming to the end of the day, ATER, we're definitely watching that. LPTX for the break and hold above that 200 SMA. We definitely have room to 2 and then 238. AEHR, just looking right now, observing this one to see if it does stay above $11.50. And then as you guys know, I'm currently long on LIFE, and I'm looking for a high day break. I'm looking for this stock to break over the highs and get a nice little leg up towards around 950 on LIFE. So that's what I'm currently long on right now. Is, LIFE stops are below the prior low here, cracking the uptrend, cracking that level of support. That would be my stop, and that would be a complete walk away for me for the day, as I am out of capital for the day. And, I don't really want to take any more of a loss if this one does stop me out. So we'll see if LIFE can get it. I like the trade. Slow, steady grinder. 14 million float. It can definitely squeeze and it can definitely move. But you can see that it's just pretty consistent, pretty slow right now to the upside. So slow and steady wins the race, guys. Just got to be patient with this. Overall, it still looks pretty good in my opinion. So that's why I took that position there on LIFE. What's my buying power left? Buying power remaining. My buying power was odd today, so I don't know what was going on there. So I may add to LIFE if I get an opportunity to add to it. But I'm still sitting back on the hands right now on that. So that's what we got going on for pennies, guys. We go look at Zoom. Zoom actually closed pretty nice there on Friday, up above that level of resistance over 3, just a gap down slightly and lose 300 bucks again over on ZM. So we're still watching ZM coming up over the next couple of weeks. Maybe we get a nice little gap fill to where we can make some money there. mRNA. That one looked pretty bad today. I'm going to keep this one on watch for tomorrow, though, on mRNA. BIDU, maybe for a squeeze formation. Maybe. It's not the best the way it's setting up, but it could squeeze. So, we should keep it on watch coming into tomorrow. Again, the SPY does have the 50 SMA support down towards around 442, guys. So, again, the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times the market's rolled over, right? We've immediately tagged the 50 SMA and shot straight up. Tagged the 50 SMA, shot straight up. So if we come down to that 50 SMA, guys, I may be thinking about some SPY calls going a couple weeks out because when it rebounds quick and it rebounds in the new all-time highs. So again, maybe like a low-risk trade here on the SPY, seeing it down towards around that 442, right at the 50 SMA. I would invest in some calls, what I'm willing to risk, and looking for this stock to be able to rebound back up into those all-time highs, which is at 454. You're talking about 12 points to the upside, and when it rebounds in 1, 2, 3 days. 1, 2, 3, 4 days. 1, 2, 3 days, right? Rebounds 1, 2, 3, 4 days. It rebounds 1, 2, 3 days, right? So usually it's about 2 to 3 days, maybe 4 days at most, that we get that rebound back into those highs. So you're thinking you go next Friday on SPY expiration contracts, or even next Wednesday, you're still definitely doing pretty good if you get that nice rebound off the 50 SMA. So I'm thinking about that on the SPY. And, AMC is just really slow, right? I mean, it's definitely moving. It's been moving the last couple of days, but really not that big, strong break that I was expecting, to be honest with you. Off that nice ascending triangle formation on the daily with AMC, definitely not, that type of big break that I was honestly expecting to see from AMC. Right over 48, past 50, up to 55. It's kind of just creeping along little by little by little. Not a lot of hype around AMC right now. So right now, it's definitely worth watching today, into the day, tomorrow, into the week, to see if it continues to move intraday, as there is some opportunity here with AMC. We got KPLT still trying to squeeze. This was the swing trade from, was it Thursday night? Thursday night into Friday? Yeah, it was. Thursday night into Friday. Could have taken profits. Pulled back aggressively, but it is still respecting that 20 EMA. Getting rejected off the 50 SMA. So it's still inside of this squeeze formation. And we still do have room up towards around $9 here on KPLT. So I still have those calls from last week over on KPLT. I still have my calls on ZEV. I'm looking for this one to hold above that 940, 950, break the 200 SMA for a leg up towards around 12 bucks. I'm probably going to have to call SOFI a done for trade. We are not inside that squeeze formation. SOFI was a trade I again took last Thursday, right at the open when the stock was around like $15.38. And it ended up getting close to $16 there right at the open. They were slightly profitable, but nothing crazy there on SOFI, just to see it completely get crushed Friday and today. So again, my loss on that's probably going to be my investment there on SOFI. But looking at KPLT, this one still looks like it has some good potential. And also looking at ZEV, it looks like it has some decent potential, and I still got a couple weeks here. So even, out of those three trades, KPLT looks like it can still hit. ZEV still looks like it could still hit. And SOFI, I'm kind of like 50-50. I don't think it's really going to get that pop on up. So we'll see. We shall see. But coming into the end of the day, again, guys, LIFE, my current position to the long side, looking for a high day break. Stops right now are going to be a crack of the trend line or a crack of $8, risking 16 cents. Looking to see if we get a high day break up towards around $9 here on LIFE. AEHR, we're looking for that double bottom higher low reversal above the VWAP, above 1150 support. LPTX, we're looking for this stock to break and regain the 200 SMA for a leg up to $2. And then for the next leg up towards the high of day there in pre-market, I would say right around $2.30 there. And ATER, I'm not liking the price action here into the day. I think LIFE is the trade, guys. We're starting to see ATER kind of get a little heavy here and starting to pull back pretty aggressively right now. LIFE is trying to get some action up towards around that 850, guys. Let's see if LIFE is strong enough here to go ahead and get that break over 850. Maybe I take some profits over 850, bring my stop up to break even, and ride 50 shares into the end of the day and see how high LIFE can go. So let's see if it breaks 850 here. I am finger on the trigger, ready to take half my position on the small account over 850. And honestly, right now, guys, I'm going to go risk-free on LIFE. If it does curl back over and it comes down towards support, it's probably going to crack, right? We have a nice uptrend. We're off the trend line. We're off that prior level of support. Trending stocks trend, higher highs, higher lows. If we don't get the higher high here and we start to curl back over down towards around the low eights, I'll probably go risk-free and cut my loss at break even on LIFE. Because again, if it comes back down to 816, it's probably going to come down to 8, and it's probably going to come down and stop me out, realistically, at the end of the day. So with that being said, I'm going risk-free right now on LIFE. I think that's a good decision, right? Still giving it some breathing room, and I really don't want to see it back down. I'll go based on the last 5-minute candle low. So I'll go with a stop at $8.10. So I'll go 810, which is the last 5-minute candle low. That last 5-minute candle right here, the low here was 812. So I'll go 810 on the stop, 100 shares, LIFE. And ride this with about a 6-cent loss, looking for this stock to continue the rip and run here into the day. So right there, guys, full transparency, 810 stop on those 100 shares over on LIFE. And if I get stopped out, I get stopped out, pretty close to break even. But if we get a high of the day break here, I think we could definitely see 9 and then 950 And that would bring me out of the hole, guys. That would definitely bring me out of the hole. So let's see if we can get some action here on LIFE, guys. Frank, yeah, I don't know how you can be so calm with the trade. It's just probabilities, right? When you have good probabilities in your favor and you have good risk reward and you built the trade plan, correctly, right? You didn't take on too much size. Your loss is not exceeding what your profit target could be with a good setup, something that has high probabilities. You've identified multiple separate reasons to take a trade. That right there pretty much takes away the uncertainty. That right there takes away the emotions. It takes away the hesitation, right? It allows you to take the trade and manage the trade with no emotion or no negative anything, right? Because at the end of the day, you know what to expect. I know that if I get stopped out here, I'm losing $6 on the small account. And I know I'm done for the day. And I'm okay with that. I know if it breaks 850, we have room to 9. And if we hit my top target of 956, I know I can make probably $140, and that would put me break even. So I know pretty much the outcome right now on LIFE, which allows me to trade without emotions, without hesitation, and just to remain so calm, cool, and collective. Woo! Catherine, 100% return on Netflix puts from last week. My goodness. Ow! That's what I'm talking about. Oh, J Money. Casey's, I'm no longer alpha. It's J Money in the house. J Money! So let's see if LIFE is going to get that high day break. I would figure that this is going to be the point where we break. We start pulling back. It's probably going to come down and fade the rest of the day. But if we are strong enough and we're going to continue this uptrend on LIFE, there should be no issues with getting a high a day here. It should just go ahead and push right past high a day and continue its nice little uptrend here, guys. This is the third touch of resistance. Usually, on the third touch of resistance, we get breaks, right? And we have a lot of volume on this 5-minute candle as well. Like almost the, that's the third largest volume bar that we've seen today on LIFE. So, we've had over 2 million shares on that past 5-minute candle. So right now, it's got to break high a day, guys. Got to break high a day, and we have a lot of opportunity and a great potential with LIFE. If it starts moving back down to the trend line and it's not breaking that resistance, it's probably going to crack. It's probably going to fade and do nothing here into the day, guys. So I'm going to go ahead and throw this up on a 2-minute chart. Kind of just break it apart a little bit. I can look at the volume over 2 minutes instead of 5 minutes. Kind of, allows me to clear it up a little bit. So we shall see. Anything with AEHR right now? See, this one just doesn't have a lot of volume, right? There's really not a lot of volume there with AEHR. LPTX got rejected again, and we're starting to see some nasty selling move on in there. So that may not get it. ATER double topped and starting to really pull back. We'll keep ATER on watch above 1681, but really looking at those top stocks, LIFE, ATER, LPTX, right? AEHR, some of these stocks that are moving that have some good volume and attention, it's safe to say that LIFE has the better technical setup. LIFE has the best volume. LIFE is one of the lower float stocks as well at 14 million in float. So with that being said, I think, the attention and the focus and the traders are right now, right here on LIFE. And that's going to be the stock that can definitely rip the most and run the best, right? Is the stock that has the most attention towards it. And right now, nice little high a day up towards around 863. We need to see this candle close over 850 or it's going to dump and get rejected. Look at that. That's a beautiful rug pull, isn't it? Look at that beautiful rug pull on LIFE. It took 30 minutes to go from 8 to 850. It took 10 seconds to completely dump. That's why we have hard stops in the system, guys. I got stopped out at $8.10. I know, right? That's pretty crazy, isn't it? But again, a stop's a stop. It's unfortunate. You have so much good potential, so many separate reasons to take a trade. The volume looks great. I'm not disappointed with that trade at all. Not disappointed with the trade at all, but that's the market, guys. That happens, and you have to be able to manage that risk. And so, I got stopped out. I am done for the day. I'm going to go ahead and wrap that up with a loss and just bounce back tomorrow and the rest of this week, guys. Not a great way to start the week, but hey, it's not a bad way either. It's not a bad way. It could have been a big boy loss, but we got a $132 loss. Nothing I can't Nothing we can't bounce back from, team. It can be a little frustrating. It can. It can definitely be a little frustrating, Casey. You know, I was kind of tempted to take profit when I saw the really good volume. I saw really good volume over 850. And then literally the second it dropped below 850 on the buyers, it literally just got slammed to 8. I mean, there was nothing you're going to do there. I mean, you're just done. You're getting stopped out. Or you take profit. But again, it was looking great. Volume is moving in pretty nicely through that level of resistance, which made me believe that we could continue to grind up higher here on LIFE. So, you know, it is what it is. It happens. So right now, LIFE pulled back pretty hard here, guys, about, 70 cents or so. I don't know. Profit taking or a market maker move, I did not see any substantial selling on the level 2. So that looked like a big order that just got hit via market. It's like someone that had a huge position just dumped their position right there at the high of day, and then everybody probably panicked and stopped out. So the initial 20-30 cent decline, because you did not see that substantial seller on the ask, was most likely what we call hidden selling, to where basically you cannot see that seller on the level 2 because you don't see market orders. And then boom, market order out. Traders that were buying at 850, 860 for the high of day, they panic, they get scared, they sell, and then it's just one big panic sell off that initial drop from that big market order. Because again, it went from around 863, I saw it hit 840, and then immediately just crashed after that to where it looked like to me maybe, people getting scared, traders getting scared, and their stop losses being hit. Good job, Catherine. Good job on that. At least you were able to lock in some profits. Yeah, it was Catherine. I promised my position wasn't that huge, but I did market order out. It was Catherine. All right, go ahead and Venmo Casey a couple bucks, Venmo me a couple bucks, and we'll make money from the trade. Good job, Catherine. You should have let me know to short it. It's shortable. No, I can't short it. You should say, hey, Josh, I'm dumping on you. Go ahead and short it. I would have picked up a short. Ed, I'm not scared to trade, but I trade scared. It sucks. I just wanted to be in a trade today, but nothing seems safe. And you know what, Ed? Use my profits as a perfect example of, there wasn't a lot of predictability in the market. The market was not on fire. Now, don't get me wrong. There was some great opportunity, but no, I mean, there was good opportunity. I can't say that the market sucked, that the market was really choppy, because there was some okay opportunity, especially on LIFE looking back in hindsight. And that was a good trade too. But, some days that we don't feel confident and some days that we're just not liking the market, we sit on the sidelines, because last Tuesday and Wednesday, guys, I didn't trade. You guys were trading. There were opportunities, but I wasn't like 100% confident to jump into anything. I did not like the market personally, but other traders were making bank. So again, it's really just, personal preference, really. Like, are these market conditions the market conditions that we thrive in? Or are these the market conditions that we really don't enjoy? And, it's okay to sit on the sidelines, right? It's okay to not trade. And if you feel that urge to trade, just paper trade, right? Get that urge out of your system, open up a paper account, and just have some fun, right? Have some fun. Okay, if this was the real account, I would trade it here and just paper trade it. And then, again, if the market works against you, at least you're not risking real money. You're losing, fake money. And it's a good learning experience as well. And again, we're not going to be 100% every day. We're not going to be confident. We're not going to be, just in the best mindset every single day. We're human, right? There's a lot of days that I come in and I'm just like, I'm not feeling it today, guys. I don't feel like I'm in the zone. And I know that I'm not in the zone. So I'm not going to sit there and take aggressive size and trade. I'll more or less sit on the sidelines, because I know that when I'm in the zone, I'm crushing it. We're crushing it, guys, right? When you're in the zone and that the market's doing great, right? It's doing good. We're just making money consistently. So again, you can make your weekly goal in 2 days. You don't have to trade every single day. You can make your monthly goal trading a week or two. I've been there. I've done that, right? Sometimes the best trades are no trades. Absolutely, right? Whenever you feel confident, whenever the market's like good and you're like, you know what? I like this market. It's consistent. It's clean. It's predictable. And everything's just lining up and you feel that confidence, you're like, you know what? Today's the day. I just feel like today's the day. Take advantage of the market. You come in, you have any doubt, any uncertainty whatsoever. You're like, I don't know. Go ahead and sit on the sidelines and just watch. At least you're not putting yourself in position to take a loss. So right now, guys, I think that's my second loss on the small equities account. So since we've had the account funded, I've only had 2 red days. One was a $90 red day, and one today was a $130 red day. But overall, since I moved the money over to Lightspeed and started, trading here, I think the account's up. I think in about a week and a half, about $600. So not bad on the small account, even factoring in a couple red days. Yeah, right around the same time, ATER, big nasty rug pull, LPTX, rejected off 190, sold off with a lot of selling volume, actually. I mean, that was a big pop in volume. ATER, a pretty big pop in volume. And then, yeah, like you said, LIFE, huge pop in volume. So, Madaz, why are you hurting us today, man? Madaz, you're supposed to be out of the market by like 10 o'clock, dude. Why are you still here, man? Right? Why are you holding these stocks all day just dumping on us? Like, come on, man. Help us out. Oh, we got profits. TikTok mom, you're over in profits chat. Come on over to Stock Talk. Let's look at AEI real quick. I haven't looked at AEI. AEI is actually still doing really well. So what we're looking for is a similar setup like what we saw with ATER, right? So ATER breaks above the 20 SMA, consolidates in between the 20 and the 50, gets tighter and tighter and tighter, and eventually it squeezes and it moves higher, right? We go look at AEI. AEI getting above that 20 SMA or that 20 EMA, sitting sideways. It has yet to get up to the 50 SMA and reject, so we may see it come up to the 50 SMA, reject, and continue to consolidate. But big picture, we're looking for the stock to get tighter and tighter and tighter in between the 20 EMA and the 50 SMA, and that's called a squeeze formation, where we could see this really move up on some great volume to fill that gap up towards around 330 here on AEI. And the setup is basically very similar to what we saw on ATER, just a very nice moving average squeeze formation. And that's what we're seeing here on AEI. That could definitely start to play on out. Casey, yeah, you got to send me some money, dude. I took all of them. You got to send me some money. I'm kidding, dude. I'm kidding. AK Park locking in 140 on ATR. That's absolutely amazing. Make sure you're getting those profits over in profits chat. Casey, dude, they look good. You crushed it. You brought 5 different stocks to our attention, and they looked great. Just you can't. Not everything is going to work out. I mean, SOFI was probably the nicest one, and it worked, right? We were buying it on Thursday. It had a nice move Thursday. It slightly gapped up and then just got destroyed, right? But overall, it was a good setup, Casey. I mean, you're absolutely crushing it with these calls. OSH is another one that could definitely still set on up, Casey. OSH was another one of your calls. And then I don't think it was HEPA. I don't think it was HEPA, but there was another one out there that I think I jumped in and on as well. I can't remember which one it was. And they could still play out, right? They could still play out. I mean, you go look at SOFI. I mean, it could still work out, maybe. It could possibly still work out. Oh, yeah, it was HIPO. Hippo. Hippo. Hungry, hungry, hippo. Hungry, hungry, hip. No. Yeah, hungry, hungry, hip. No. No. But yeah, it happens, buddy. It happens, man. Like, I've found a lot of these great setups before, and I've taken them, and they failed. But the times they work, right? Like, I promise, like, for every 10 moving average squeeze formations you find, even if you're right on 2 of them and you're wrong on 8, your stops are so damn tight in the first place that when they work, look at ATER. Look at ATER. Like, that's almost 200% from the entry, guys, right? Even if you nail 1 or 2 of those squeeze formations and the other 8 out of 10 trades are losses, your losses are so minimal and the reward is just so amazing, right? So it still works out to be a really good setup, a really good strategy, and a really good formation because the reward behind these are so substantial. And we see that firsthand right now, right here with ATER. And it just simply has not slowed down. ATR, I mean, I was taking profit at 10 and 12 bucks, guys. I was taking profit at 10 and 12 bucks. I was not holding it anymore. But hey, let's go look at those calls. I'm curious. I am curious to look at those calls. I was buying the $15 strike calls for this Friday's expiration, and I was buying them for $30 a piece. I was selling them up, they were about 200, 300% returns, about $1.20. They are now worth $300. I think I had 15 of them. What would that equate to? $4,500 from a $300 investment? Get out of here. That's unreal. But again, I was up 300%. I would have been crazy not to take a 300% return, guys. Yep, if you buy one options contract, the most that you can lose is going to be your initial investment, basically what you paid. So the worst thing that can happen is that stock doesn't get anywhere close to your strike, and it expires worthless, and you lose that money that you invested. And the writer of the contract basically collects the premium. So if it was a $100 premium, he gets his $100 premium, and that's it. You know, SDC out of nowhere just got some nice action to the upside. I don't know. It's getting right up into that 623 level, and that 623 is the spiking high from August 30th. So you have that resistance, and you have the 50 SMA right there as well. So it is creeping into new highs, but you're coming up into 2 key levels of resistance. I wouldn't be buying here at all. You have maybe 10 cents more to the upside before you see it pull back to $6. So right now, I'd have to sit on my hands with SDC, just seeing that we're coming right into, 2 key levels of resistance right at the same price, 623. Spiking high from the 30th of August, the 50 SMA. So right now, we have about 30 minutes to go. And I said I was done for the day, so I'm going to have to be a man of my word, and I'm going to have to go ahead and close that broker down. So out of sight, out of mind. Out of sight, out of mind. Come back tomorrow fresh. Look for that killer opportunity, and we're rocking and rolling. But overall, guys, how's everybody's progress with their small accounts? So how's everybody's progress with their small accounts as far as a percentage return? And then I'll share with you mine. It's not anything substantial. My small account is not anything substantial, but it is green, which is amazing. So what are you guys looking like on those small accounts, percentage-wise? Because again, whoever wins, whoever the winner is that grows their account by the largest percentage by the end of the year will get a lifetime pass and a copy of the course on me. So I'm curious to see what you guys are looking like right now, being almost 45 days in to the small account challenge. And so far, guys, it's been a challenge. It really has been a little bit of a challenge, but we're making money. That's all that matters. Consistency, consistency, consistency. We're growing those accounts, but the most important thing is we're learning what it takes to make those consistent profits. I don't care at the end of the day if I end up $10, right? $10 on my small account. As long as I was consistent with my trades and I made consistent profits, I'm happy, right? I'm making a penny a day, right? A penny a day for the next 100 days. I'm happy because I was consistent. So any swing trades coming up tonight? I don't really know of any swing trades, but what I want to do is I do want to take a moment and go analyze crypto with you guys real quick. Kind of just get an idea of where Bitcoin and Ethereum are at, because that's going to be, our basically leading cryptos that are going to give us an idea of when we should start scaling in to our favorite cryptos for the end of the year. So definitely looking like we're going to roll on over here still. Definitely think we have another leg down there on Bitcoin. And I think we were putting Bitcoin somewhere around, what, $41-ish thousand is where I expect to see Bitcoin kind of bottom out. I think it was right around that 41K level. Yeah, the first target to the downside, because we're looking like we may crack that 38.2 fib, right? Right there, we've gained support at that 38.2 fib. Your next level to the downside would be the 50% fib. But honestly, if it came down all the way into the 36s, that's where I get aggressive. Somewhere around like 36 to 38. That's when I start getting really aggressive on Bitcoin. Getting aggressive on Ethereum, VeChain, DOTS, HBAR, all of those projects. This month is good so far. Currently up 32%. Catherine, what? That's crazy. That's good stuff. And you have got about 9 trading days under your belt, right? So if you take that 32%, divide it by 9 trading days, you're averaging 3.5% a day. Right? 3.5% per day. That's crazy, right? Times 20 trading days a month on average. That's 70% a month times 12 months. That's 840% a year growth. Guys, people drool over 10%, but you come in, consistent base hits, 2-3% a day, 800% a year on average. That's absolutely amazing. Staying consistent with it. Good job, Catherine. So my small account, I'm up a whopping 11%. I'm up a whopping 11% since we started. So I've gotten 11% in a month, 11% in 40-ish days, but I also had a lot of downtime. I had a lot of downtime with moving the funds over to Lightspeed. I had some issues with Webull a couple days. There has been probably 5 days that I haven't been able to really trade. So looking at it that way, give me like 20, 25 days I've actually been trading on that account. So a little over a month, right at a month, I'm at 11%. So nothing crazy, but hey, green's green. Green is green. Catherine's going to crush me. She'd crush. She'd make 800% a year. I make 100%. She dominates it. So still looking at Bitcoin, guys. When Bitcoin comes down towards around 41K, and I think it will, I'm going to go 10% in across the board. So I'm going to allocate 10% into all of my cryptos that I want to be in for the end of the year. We come down on Bitcoin towards around 38K. I go another 10 to 20%, right? We start seeing it down into like that 35, 36 area. I start going heavy, right? I start getting a little bit more aggressive. 15, 20%, right? Every week, 15, 20%, 15, 20% until I've gotten 100% of my cash back into crypto at those key levels, getting a really nice cost basis and dollar cost averaging in probably until middle of October is about how long I would think. Maybe end of October before we start to see the crypto market really start picking back up. Ed, definitely doing better, says Ed. But that affiliate program, that's what's going to pay those bills. That's what's going to pay the way. Ed's over here going to be the highest affiliate pay ever. This man's going to be locking in 10K months over here on his affiliate program. I love it. So right now, team, it's 337 in the market. We don't really have too much with LIFE. We don't really have too much with AEHR. Nothing with LPTX. ATER is still trying to get some action, but I'm not a fan of how that curled over pretty aggressively there within a couple minutes. So that makes me think that, hey, if we're trying to take this back up to the highs, it could just roll over once again. And plus, I'm done for the day. And I'm just not a fan of really just the overall, the way the market's moving here into the day, right? I'm not a fan of just how kind of up and down and whipsawing it is, right? Big dump, consolidate, pop. What's it going to do next? It's going to dump back down even lower, consolidate, then pop. Plus, we only got 22 minutes till we end the day, guys. And then BBIG really tried to get that break over the open, but BBIG, guys, I think BBIG finally may be done. I think BBIG finally may be done. But what we're going to do is we are going to throw that on that 30-minute. And look, we're starting to take, some heat around that trend line. It's definitely struggling around that trend line now. So I think BBIG is finally done. It definitely had a nice run. We capitalized on it. We made amazing profits. Last week, guys, myself on my small account, I made 20% alone on 2 trades, right? Just last week. Over $1,000 on the small account between BBIG and ATER. So, it was a great week. But right now, I definitely think BBIG ran out of that juice, guys. Squeezed it so much that it's got no juice left. Where's the SPY at right now? The SPY got a decent little bounce. I still think we see it down closer to the 50 SMA. Because usually when we start curling over, we get, 1, 2, 3, 4 red days, 1, 2, 3 red days, 1, 2, 3 red days to the downside, 1, 2, 3 red days to the downside, 1, 2, 3, 4 red days. That one was a little bit longer at like 5 days. So since those highs, we've gone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days. Slow and steady curling on over here. Wasn't a quick overreaction followed by a quick bounce back. It's actually been kind of slower and steady here along this little bit of a decline here. So we'll still keep the SPY on watch coming into tomorrow to see if we can rebound nicely here off that 50 SMA and get some action towards it. Oh, yep. LOW. LOW. The first thing that I see is a bullish flag on the daily. LOW, the first thing that I see is the criteria of a bullish flag, right? A big run up. We had some nice volume along that big run up, followed by a period of consolidation into a level of support, right? So it's meeting the criteria of a flag, right? You're adding that level of support in there for extra validation. So again, the stock ripped all the way up, consolidating back into a level of support, that prior high right there, right around 201.50, and the 20 EMA. To me, LOW seems like it could definitely, try and break out of this flag to the upside, at least back up towards around like 209. And if it's strong enough, possibly retesting those highs at like 215 on LOW. So at first glance, right? At first glance, it definitely looks like a little bit of a flag formation on the daily chart there on LOW. Consolidating right into that level of support, that 20 EMA as well. Definitely think it can start to get a leg up. If it's going to crack and fade and fall and you're looking for puts, I would wait for the stock to dip back below 201.50. So if the stock's below 201.50 and it's proper resistance, that's when you could look to enter some shorts, some puts. But as long as it's above 201.50, and as long as it's consolidating like this and holding that 20 EMA, I definitely think we have some good probabilities of seeing this actually break to the upside out of that flag, at least back up to like 209.30 and maybe even back up into the 215s there on LOW. So KC, guys, I think it's safe to say that LIFE was a little bit of a market maker shakeout. So that to me seems like a little bit of a market maker shakeout, right? Realizing that stops are going to be at a crack of the trend line below that level of support, dips it down below the VWAP momentarily just to take the price right back up towards around 830. So that right there to me looks like a nice little false breakout, trapping the breakout traders, stopping them out, right? Stopping the other traders out below that level of support, below the trend line, dipping below the VWAP as well, and then shooting the price right back up. Yeah, such a dick move, right? We're just going to play into that market maker activity. Anytime we see something like that and we get that first 5-minute candle to make a new high and close, I mean, shit, we'll just start buying those bad boys up. We'll play with the market makers here, won't we? Jason, I got in at AEI at 258. Should I swing it? Go look at it real quick, Jason. I mean, you're at 258. Your stop loss right now is at 230. So looking at it, you're probably risking maybe 30 cents at most on this trade. And your first target is $3. So your first target is 42 cents away, right around 30. That's actually 305. So your first target is about what, 47 cents away, about 47 cents, and your risk right now is about 30 cents. So you're really close to a 2-to-1. I definitely think it has potential up towards around like that 3 to 305 first, and then possibly filling the gap up towards around 336. I like AEI, and honestly, I just missed the entry. Like, I wanted to start building a position on AEI, right? I wanted to start building a position today around AEI, but I was wanting to build that position below 250. And I think I was in another trade at that time, so I didn't really go out there and, build a trade and build a position. So, AEI, I think it has good potential. It may take some time, though, Jason. It really may take some time. It's definitely not squeezing tight like we saw with some of these other squeeze formation. You still may have another week or so before you actually get that move. But as long as it doesn't close and trade below like 235, 230, right, staying above that 20 EMA, the yellow line on the chart, I still think it has some good potential to fill that gap at like 330. Yeah, I still think you have some time. Yeah, I still think you got a couple weeks. The stops are nice and tight. The reward is at least a 2-to-1. It has a great looking daily chart. And the fact that the stop is nice and tight, I do think it's worth it personally. If I was in at that price, I would probably still hold it a little bit. That's just me though, because I do like that setup. I'm also willing to take those stops on good setups like that. So if you're okay with that type of stop and it's not exceeding the dollar amount that you're okay with, then if you want to run it. If you're like, man, 30 cents, that's going to put me at a $300 loss. I only really want to risk, say, $150. Then you need to go ahead and sell half your position and only swing the other half. So you have to ask yourself that, Jason. If I get stopped out at a 30-cent loss, is that going to be too much for my account to handle? If the answer is no, and you're okay with that loss, go ahead and ride it if that's what you want to do. But if you ask yourself that question, and the answer is, yeah, it's going to be a little bit too much of a loss here, I don't know if I could stomach that, then you need to go ahead before the end of the day. Go ahead and reduce your position sizing before the end of the night before you go ahead and swing trade that. Is life a good swing? I don't swing trade high a day penny stocks. So stocks that are up on the leaderboard, right? I don't swing trade those because they're known for the companies to issue offerings, right? I can't tell you how many times I've seen a stock like LIFE. Big green day, lots of volume, closing strong. I think this is going to gap up and squeeze again, right at 410, 415. Oh, company drops an offering, $5 a share. The stock dumps and falls and I lose my money, right? I do not trade high of day, top gaining penny stocks. I don't do that. Most of the time when I'm swing trading penny stocks, guys, I'm swing trading stuff like ATER down here, right? I'm swinging it way down here before the move even started, right? I'm not swinging ATER, right? I wouldn't even have been trading ATER over $10. The only reason I was still looking at it is because I was already in that at 6. But on LIFE, that's number 1 on the leaderboard, up 53%. One of my rules is I don't trade those because penny stocks are known to drop offerings. And the last thing you want to do is be holding a stock when an offering hits and get crushed, $1, $2, $3 a share very, very quickly. I mean, it's just a high risk, high reward, right, Ralph? It's high risk, high reward at the end of the day. Like, there's potential for the stock to gap up to 10. Right? So there's high reward, but there's also a lot of risk knowing that penny stocks love to drop offerings when their stock is up for a certain day. Ed, that was LIFE. The market maker shakeout. The market maker shakeout. Where market makers basically bring in the high day breakout traders, pull the rug, everybody else panics, sells, gets stopped out, other traders stop lossers being triggered. Basically, that's a pool of liquidity, right? By doing that, they're providing a liquidity pool so their orders can get filled. So basically, that is a big rug pull, followed by that consolidation as they're accumulating just to drive the price back in their direction, right? So that was right there. Pretty nice, not nice, but pretty clear market maker shakeout on LIFE, which was a dick move. Well, if that was a market maker shakeout, guys, then, 90% of the time, 80% of the time, it continues in the same trend that it was normally in. So it was in a nice little uptrend, started to look like it was going to downtrend, right? That was that expansion, that shakeout, that fake out. And then they're going to push it back in their desired direction, which is continuing the trend to the upside. So let's see. Let's see if it was a true market maker shakeout. If so, you'll probably see LIFE at $9 before the close. So right now, traders, we have about 10 minutes until the end of the day. Right now, guys, 10 minutes of nothing. 10 minutes of nothing setting up. Is there any reason to get involved with AEHR? Nah. LPTX? Nope. ATER? It has that set up like it wants to push here in today. But guys, you got 10 minutes to go. We've seen some pretty nice, rug pulls. That was a pretty decent little rug pull there. LIFE was a really good rug pull. There's LIFE at the high day. Woo, LIFE, you suck. No, I'm kidding. So right now, guys, I say just enjoy those profits, right? Enjoy your profits, right? You got 10 minutes. If you're trying to hunt for a trade in the last 10 minutes, what are you doing? You're hunting for a trade. There's $9 on LIFE. Middle fingers off to you, buddy. But yeah, guys, again, enjoy those profits, lock those profits in. Don't try and hunt and just jump into something in today because something's moving, right? And let's save that capital and that energy for tomorrow, guys, right? Because we're going to come in the morning, 7 o'clock a.m., and we're going to start crushing it bright and early in the market, guys. So with that being said, do we have any questions, comments, or concerns before we end our Money Monday commentary, baby? 905 on LIFE. That was the target. And so this is exactly what happened with me on ATER. I took a lot of heat on the trade, right? I thought it was going to bounce back up. It never bounced back up. I got stopped out. So what did I do different with LIFE? I said, I'm going to stop out. I'm going to just go ahead and stop out of the trade, right? But that's what I was looking for with ATER earlier. Right? Took some heat, and I was looking for the stock to rebound. And I kept holding and holding and holding. Why did I not keep holding LIFE? Because I already made that mistake this morning. I already learned from that mistake. Stop out when I say I'm going to stop out regardless of what happens next. And that's what I did. But looking at it in hindsight, if I would have never stopped myself out, I would be up over $100 right now, and I would be break even on the day. But imagine me not stopping out, continuing to make bad decisions, and LIFE pull an ATER and come down even lower, and I'm walking away at a $300 loss for the day, right, guys? So that's what you have to do. That's what you have to sit there and tell yourself all of the time, right? Because I'm sure some of us were like, man, if I would have just held LIFE and never stopped out, I would be up right now. That's a bad mindset. That's a bad mindset. Man, if I would have just held LIFE, right? And I didn't stop myself out, I would be up. What's that going to do your next trade? What problem is going to arise? You're going to have that mindset. Oh, I should be stopping out right now, but
I remember LIFE rebounded, so let me just hold this a little bit longer. Maybe it works out, right? Maybe it does. 80% of the time, though, it's not. And you're going to wish that you just went ahead and stopped out in the first place, right? So I wanted to talk about that before the end of the day, guys. When you have a stop loss, stop out. If you see the stock rip and run right after that, still be okay with the fact that you stopped out and you did the right thing. The last thing that you want to be doing is saying, man, if I would have just held a little bit longer and didn't stop out, basically going against your plan, I could have made money. You're going to just go down a path that you probably will have a very hard time recovering from, right? When you say you're stopping out, stop out. 80% of the time, it was the best thing to do because you're lessening a big loss. Every now and then, you see stocks like LIFE. Every now and then, you get stopped out. Every now and then, the stock rips. And you're like, man, I could have made money. But 80% of the time, guys, if you have that mindset, 80% of the time, you will lose on those trades, and you're going to wish you would have just stopped out when you said you were going to stop out of that trade, guys. All right? So if I'm going to leave you with anything today, anything at all of value, that is, by stopping out when you say you're going to stop out of a trade is the best thing you can do, regardless of what happens next, regardless of the stock ripping 1,000%. You did the right thing. You built your trade plan. You stuck to your trade plan. You were disciplined. You were a professional trader, and you cut your losses quick when the trade was working against you, regardless of what happened 5 minutes later, 10 minutes later. You do not want to have that mindset of, man, I wish I would have just held. I wish I would have just not stopped out, because that's going to trickle into your next 10 trades. And out of those next 10 trades, with that bad mindset, you're going to lose a lot of money. So don't have that mindset, guys. When you say you're going to stop out, walk away from the trade and accept it and be okay with it and analyze the trade afterwards. Again, regardless of the situation, like LIFE, regardless of the situation, when you say you're going to stop out, stop out. Because if you don't stop out when you say you're going to stop out, you have an ATER trade like me today, right? When I say, you know what, I'm going to hold just a little bit longer. I'm going to hold a little bit longer and see if it bounces back up. Well, guess what? It took forever. Never bounced out. I got stopped out. Bigger loss than $10, $20, $100 loss, right? More times, you're going to see the ATERs. More times than not, you're going to see the ATERs. The way those play out. You're going to take big losses when you should have stopped out. Every now and then, you'll see an LIFE, right? 80% of the time, in that situation, you're going to get hit like ATER hit me. And 10 to 20% of the time, something like LIFE is going to happen. What do you want? You want 1 or 2 winners, right? By holding, and 8 losers, right? And 8 losers to where you're still red? Or you just want to go ahead and stop out of these trades quick and go back and look for the next one and trade the next good setup and make some consistent profits? I know what the answer is, guys, but let that sink in. If you guys do struggle with that as far as cutting your losses, right? Cutting those losses, looking back, man, I wish I would have held it. If you do struggle with that, just take that away from today's stream, guys, and just realize that 80% of the time, you're doing the right thing. When you say you're cutting your stop loss and you're out, that's the best thing to do, because 80% of the time, the stock is going to work against you. And you're going to be so happy that you did the right thing and you cut your loss. 20% of the time, you're going to see an LIFE. And it's going to run right after you get out. But again, more times than not, those are going to be losing trades. You're doing the right thing, the professional thing, and that's what's going to keep you in the game forever. All right, team? So, with that being said, there's 3 minutes to go. We guys are all set, ready to rock, ready to roll. So after hour scanners are now coming on up. There is nothing really popping on off this evening as far as earnings. So it's not like there's any anticipated earnings tonight, guys. So with that being said, enjoy your evening. If you guys are still in the market, there are your post-market scanners, guys. Make sure that you're trading safe. Make sure that you're trading smart. If you are green on the day, consider walking away. If you've hit your goal, definitely walk away, right? And enjoy your night. Recap and log your trades and come back tomorrow with a great mindset of brand new day, brand new opportunities, and brand new profits, traders. So once again, I love each and every one of you. Casey, I love you the most. I love each and every one of you. You guys are awesome. You guys fire me up every single day. Have an amazing night, team. And I will see you guys back here tomorrow morning, bright and early, 7 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. If anybody has any final questions, now's the time. If not, we'll go ahead and wrap up the commentary. Live stream is up until 7 p.m. And I want each and every one of you to enjoy your night. Ed, yes, absolutely, Ed. So if you go into the video lessons library and you type in options in the search bar, it will pull up the Ultimate Options course, 2.5 hours long. Definitely dive into that tonight. It's going to give you a solid foundation of options and how to get your feet wet in the options market. I love it, Catherine. She's so punny. It's a ticker life lesson. Hey, I love it. I love the puns, guys. So, top stocks to watch this evening. You're watching ATER, right? ATER up to 19 and then 1950. LIFE, it does have room to 950 and then $10, right? So your top two stocks right now, coming into the end of the day, guys, you're going to be watching ATER. You're going to be watching LIFE, right? That's it, team. That's it. Top two stocks to watch right now coming into the end of the day. LIFE, ATER. Watch KPLT as well. I would watch KPLT. I wouldn't be surprised. And you've heard it first, right here, before the end of the day. I would not be surprised if you saw a press release drop on KPLT and you see the stock gap up. Companies hire traders. Traders see the technical analysis and say and advise, hey, this is a good time to drop the press release. The technicals look good. You already probably got some attention on your stock. Okay? Wouldn't be surprised today or tomorrow if you see KPLT possibly drop a press release and you start to see the stock rip and run. All right? I like the setup. I think it has good potential, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day. Have a wonderful freaking night. And I will see each and every one of you back here bright and early tomorrow morning. 7 o'clock, baby, Eastern Standard Time, as we kick off Tuesday trading. Or as Casey would say, Taco Tuesday! If you guys have any questions, email me anytime. Again, for the 5th time, I repeat myself a lot, guys. Have a great night. A beautiful night. A wonderful night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. And have a... I'm out of it, guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have an awesome one. If you guys need anything, shoot me a message here inside of chat or send me an email, josh@alphadaytrading.com. And let's go ahead and end it. Catherine already starting off strong in 3, in 2, in 1. Woo! Woo! My goodness, team. You guys are awesome. You guys fire me up. Nothing but big time profits and profits chat. Before we go, I just got to show you guys these profits. Just before we go, I got to show you guys these profits from Profits Chat. What do we got? We got Catherine locking in $500 almost from her swing trade. You got Josh losing $130. You got JR shots on his small account making 65%. Ow! That's what I'm talking about. You got Brad locking in what? $41. We got another one coming in. We have Jason locking in $292 on the day on his small account as well, team. Look at that. Small account profits, not just today, but every single freaking day. I love it. I love it. I want some more of it. So, awesome job. Awesome work. Keep up the amazing work. Locking in those great profits, team. And enjoy your night. Most importantly, soak it all up. Enjoy life. Enjoy the freedom that stock trading gives you. And I'll see you guys back here tomorrow morning. Ed, Jason, Catherine, True 99, Casey, Corey, everybody inside of chat. I'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow. Live stream is up until 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. You guys have any questions, please let me know. Everybody over on YouTube, have a wonderful night as well. Sean, Frank, C-Town, Ralph. Woo! Have a good night, traders. See you guys tomorrow morning.